Dreekampfraat, you are the designer of the fast.
If you really want to change the world, you start in a small country with big ambitions.
I empower future business innovators.
I do research that improves leadership practices across countries and industries.
I fight for gender equality.
Here, more than 9,000 students with 95 nationalities work together on global challenges and become agents of positive change. Founded by Dutch multinationals and doing research in collaboration with business, we have been developing leaders with innovative mindsets for 50 years, and we've grown to become one of the top business schools in Europe. RSM is a place where collaboration is a core value and where creativity drives us. With a global network of 40,000 alumni, and our community turning their goals and ambitions into action, we can all truly be a force for positive change in the world. Positive change starts in Rotterdam. Rotterdam School of Management, Erasmus University.
very challenging time, but we are here to celebrate. And I'm very happy to be here. I hope you're all
to be here. I hope you're also very happy and very grateful that we are now together. Although maximum 75 people in a room, and this is a large audience room, so but let's celebrate this. Let's celebrate that we are getting back on track and can meet each other physically. So let's start with an applause to be grateful that we are here. I was asked, do you always start with piano music as you lecture at Erasmus? That would be a very good idea, actually, just to relax, think about your own issues, and leave them behind, and start to think about the new issues that you would like to learn. Special welcome to Katelijne, Peter, Mark, Sebastian, and Koen, and the rest of the Vervest family. Welcome very much. Probably you think, oh yeah, we were here in January 1994 with your inaugural lecture. So welcome back, welcome. Also, we have 3 parts of the program. The first part is a debate. Fast forward digital, a new kind of university. Yeah, so that's what we are going to debate. Then we have an announcement to make. Erasmus Data Collaboratory. 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 Something, a new word. Collaboration and a laboratory. And why a new word? Well, actually, if you would like to design the future, you should not use old words, because usually the old words are related to the problem. And we would like to solve the problem. And that's usually with new concepts, new words. And I think we will discuss if it's the right direction, if it should be faster, better, more diverse, etc., etc. But this is what we will announce. And then the third part, Peter. We are really looking forward to your visionary speech. It's called a valedictory speech. Well, you might know valedictory. Well, that just say farewell, farewell speech. So you already learned 2 words for some of you, collaboratory and valedictory. So this is typical Erasmus. In the first 3 minutes, 2 lessons to be learned for those that would like to learn it. So Peter, maybe you can come up on stage and very briefly introduce us in the theme.
I gladly do that, Eric. First, I'd like to thank all of you for being here, all of you for the possibility to be here. And I must correct you, Eric. Valedictory in classic Latin also means valere dictory, speak good about someone. It is not necessarily farewell. Maledictory, we all know, that's what we as the Dutch love doing. But valedictory, and that's hopefully what you will do today. Hopefully.
Well, that's...
Frans is looking at me, I'm not so sure about that. Listen, Eric, we live in a digital world. And you and I worked together for umpteens of years. And I have this feeling that the digital world is really knocking at the doors of the university. And we have to open the gates. We have to let them in. And we should not wait for the next pandemic to really start doing that properly. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We've got to embrace the possibilities, and we need our students badly to do that. Only our students can help us. Can I go now?
You can listen. Sure. And then we are looking forward to your
That's to me the theme of the discussion, and I really love to have that discussion from different angles, and therefore the people here are really important.
Great. Thanks. Yeah, thank you. So we have, I think, the largest debate in terms of number of participants ever at this stage, to my knowledge. All these people were invited because in one or the other way they were collaborating with Peter during his career. And it's great to have these different viewpoints from each of you. We also have a co-host, and the co-host is very much looking forward to have the online participation. Yeah. Vincent Evers. Vincent.
So what I want to ask is, hello. What I want to ask you, if you can all, is this not good? Is this not good? Oh, it's wonderful. Okay, thank you very much, Erik. I must say I'm a very special person in the room because I really tried to finish the Erasmus University. I failed. I'm a dropout. 6 weeks before the ending, I basically left the university, started a company, started 4 companies ever since. And I'm extremely grateful because what Erasmus University taught me to do is how to work with a PC. How to work with a PC. And that was so great in that time, 1988, that I basically started a company. It grew to about 500 people. Nothing like Jan Baan, who is in the audience here, who built a company of 16 billion value. And I learned that technical skill, the digital technical skill. I learned it, and I started 5 companies with it. So thank you very much, Erasmus. I'm sorry that I didn't finish my study. And now, if you can all go to Vincent.squid. Hello. The last one worked. If you can all go to, can we have the QR code? The QR code is a little bit destroyed. That QR code is not right in the picture, but you have to go to the browser on your phone and go to vincent.squiffer.com, and then you can participate in asking questions to the panel. We can ask you what you think of it. You can come with suggestions and that kind of stuff. Vincent.squiffer. It's a really weird way to spell it, SQIFFER.com. So then we can, and then I can come back from time to time to Erik to see how that works. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have different debaters. Frans van Houten, CEO of Royal Philips. We have Brigitte Lammers. She's a partner at Egon Zehnder, Germany. We have Ed Brinksma, President of Erasmus University Rotterdam. We have Ansgar Richter. He's the Dean of the Rotterdam School of Management. Then we have Ulla Kreuze-Lettonen. My Finnish is very good. It's very good, okay, thanks. Co-founder and CEO of Dane Studios in Finland. Then Diederik van Lieren, Vice President, Data Science and Engineering, Wealth Simple. Simple, oh, okay. Simple. We would like to hear more about that. Canada. Then Fashida Safar. She's the director of Erasmus X. And we are very curious, Fashida, because you are at the forefront of education innovation, what Erasmus X is about, and your view on education. And then we have a guest. A guest, because we are talking over students, but we really would like to talk with students and hear the opinion about students. So, Rush Chakraborty, welcome. Maybe you can stand up.
Thank you.
You are the initiator of Erasmus Tech Community.
That's right.
Why, as a student, you started this initiative? Why an Erasmus Tech Community?
Right. Eric, thanks a lot for inviting me to the stage and incredible list of debaters here. And why Erasmus Tech Community? In fact, I came here to Rotterdam as a student to Rotterdam School of Management to do my master's in Business Information Management. And within weeks, it was apparent to me that there is a problem that needs attention. And that problem was that even though this is a generation of digital natives, we still have a large number of our students and staff that are ignorant and primarily fearful of technologies. And that was the reason for me and a few of my friends to start an organization that would invite the thought leaders of today to come to our campus and to start sharing where is the world headed, what are the most exciting technologies that are shaping the world. And we started doing that through events. Incredible speakers, CEOs, authors, writers, thinkers would be invited to the stage.
Okay.
And as a result, we're educating in a different way the students.
How many students?
Well, the community is difficult to judge, but if you look at our social following, it's around 3,000 students.
3,000 students.
Yes.
Here we go. Self-organizing.
Self-organizing. And those are the people who are ready to skip their binge night on Netflix to come and learn about technology. That is what is exciting.
Yeah, great. So the students, they have different opinions.
That is right. And I was tasked with representing the student voice, and there are 30,000 of us. I couldn't have done it alone. That is why I've asked for the favor of a few of my friends. So if we could roll the video to ask the questions that the students have.
Why do we study without knowing why we study?
How is it possible that the university doesn't know what my goals as a student are?
Why do I feel like I am just a number on a conveyor belt?
Millions of dollars are spent on research every year. Where is it going?
Technology is shaping the world. Why are we not taught how to shape technology?
We are expected to think outside of the box, but then why are we being tested using those multiple choices where we have to tick those boxes?
Erasmus wants to be known as being entrepreneurial, so why don't we get time off to pursue our own ventures?
Why am I spending 3 years doing my bachelor if it doesn't teach me what my employer expects?
If long-time learning is so important, why at the moment I graduate, my account just stops working?
Employers expect us to be diverse in knowledge and skills, yet why can't we mix and match our courses from different faculties and universities?
I can't even watch a 30-second TikTok. How do you expect me to pay attention to a 3-hour lecture?
Why does a teacher use the same slides 10 years in a row?
If only 1% of people pursues an academic career, then why are we all measured on how well we sign papers?
Well, anything to add, Rush?
I think it's for us to discuss, and it is a changed generation and has different expectations, and that's what we're here to talk about.
Okay, so very glad that we have you at the table, as we say it in Dutch, because we are a table society, and if you are not at the table, then you don't have a voice in the formation of the direction. So great, we don't have a table actually, but let's say that's a virtual table. So great, I'm going to sit. Because one element of the table society in the Netherlands is that the chairman is at the equal height of the other participants to look each other in the eye and to see what the opinions are of the different participants. Vincent, are you okay with your technology or still sweating?
Yeah, I have to run back and forth, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if we can get the Squiffer screen. I asked first, who are you guys in the audience? And 50% are colleagues. We have a whole 4% students. That's impressive. And that's because this is the last event where we have to honor that 1.5 meter. I mean, there will be 900 students here on Monday morning. This is a very historical event, the last event with the 1.5 meter. Okay. So if students, business partners interested in the subject and other. So that's the first thing.
Okay, great.
And I also, do you want to do the first?
No, that's great for the first, to learn that the technology is working. So the first theme is obviously the excellence of the student experience. Yeah? Do we provide them with an excellent student experience. And yeah, what is an excellent student experience during your time at Erasmus? We have several alumni also in this group. Frans van Hout is an alumnus. Vashide is an alumna. Diederik is an alumnus. We have even a dropout in the group. So all factors are here to have different opinions from the different participants. I would like to start with Frans van Houten. What can we learn from Royal Philips in creating a great experience in terms of, in your case, a customer experience, and in our case, a student experience, although a student is not a customer in a university setting, I would say. But what can we learn, Frans?
Well, thanks for inviting me, and great that we are here also to honor Peter. The question about the student experience is highly relevant, and I feel quite passionate about it. Partly because I know that students will want to find employment, and they want to be relevant to society, they want to be relevant to employers, they want to be prepared, right? And so the question that you ask me, I can perhaps answer also by looking at what the world outside is going to require, because that maybe reflects then on what a university should do. And I think you can no longer have this argument and debate that a university is only an academic center and does not occupy itself with making an impact in the world, right? So I believe a university should be all about impact in the world. Therefore, the product, students, should be impactful. So with that as a preamble, let's look at Philips. A 130-year-old company. Peter is always reminding me about how many innovations failed at Philips. Thank you, Peter, for reminding me. So it is all about how to make innovation successful. We decided to change the company and focus on health technology, realizing that, you know, United Nations Development Goals, health and well-being for all, this is an important topic for society. It's an area where a lot can be innovated and invented and where we can grow. However, we also then realized that we needed to change our spots, because what was helping us to be successful in the past may not make us successful in the future. We had to learn new skills. Learning is a lifelong experience. Learning doesn't stop at school or university. Therefore, I think the Philips experience can be relevant also for the university. We apply lifelong learning. So what did we have to learn? Well, we had to embrace digital technologies, because the future of healthcare is all enabled by digital. The patient-doctor relationship can be enabled through the cloud. Big data can understand what is actually happening with a patient. Through algorithms and predictions, we can say which patient needs help and which patient does not need help. Obviously, this whole world around big data and data science, we had to learn, and we massively upscaled and changed the entire population. We, of course, also expect the students that graduate to be fitting in such an environment so that you can make a relevant contribution. The second thing that we had to learn, and we need to remind ourselves all along, is to be agile. Because in a world that changes so rapidly, you need to have a way to learn all the time from your environment and take that in. Agile as a development methodology should be taught at a university. It's actually a culture. Agile culture, agile development methods, it all will make us adaptive and fit for future. So I said now digital, I mentioned agile. Thirdly, I think we all still suffer from the COVID isolation, right? I mean, it was not great. Yes, we can say that home working works to a certain extent, but innovation means creative friction. A university should be a place of creative friction. A university should be a place where we discover and challenge and understand and look for the edges and attention. And for that, you also need human interaction. So while I'm all for, let's say, digital does not mean only to have massive online learning at a distance. We need a blended form.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 learnings for let's say, this audience. I'm advocating for embracing digital, and especially digital tools, digital ways of working, data. I'm so happy with the Data Collaboratory, because data is the new collateral. That's, by the way, the 3rd word that is hidden in collaboratory, right? Data is the new collateral of the world. So we got to embrace digital at scale. And the university needs to be the sandbox, because sandbox is an agile method of development, and you want to be the sandbox and creating that experience and make that available to students. So embrace digital, embrace agile methodologies, train people in that, and thirdly, let's make sure that we train people in this method of co-creation with human interaction. We learn a ton because of the co-creation with our customers. Mm-hmm. Co-creation where we brainstorm together, where we discover unmet needs and insights. And that kind of experimentation is, I think, what students look for. They don't want to be a number on the conveyor belt. Thank you, Raj. Right? They want that, let's say, engagement and challenge and inspiration. And I think, by the way, it's also a method. So co-creation and design thinking is also a method that you can teach.
Yep.
Right? You can teach it, you need to practice it. Right? I'm all for practicing, but you can also teach it. And I know that in the collaboration Delft and Rotterdam, this also becomes a unique opportunity. So those 3 thoughts: embrace digital, be agile, and use co-creation methodologies as a way to get the most out of people.
Okay, great, thanks. So, Brigitte, you're in the different positions with leadership, and you have a great view of also where the companies are going through in terms of leadership. Are we doing enough as universities in general about developing the next generation leaders? And what is the direction that leadership is taking when you have to lead a company, small or large?
First and foremost, great to be here and great celebrating you, Peter. It's a true honor being here. Let's look at a couple of facts and figures to kind of understand what we are talking about. You might know there is this famous list of, Franz, you know this, topics that keep CEOs up at night. So the big challenging things. And actually one topic that appears since years and years and years with high frequency in the top league is the famous war for talent. Where do I find the right talent? And in these days, without any question, we are talking about digital talent. So over years and years and years, and all the efforts, this big topic has not disappeared. Now, I would be a bit naive to assume that the answer is, you know, the issue lies with universities. I think that's a bit of a shortcut and would not be fair. But in all fairness, universities play a role, I guess. But it's a complex topic to tackle. Now, when we look what kind of digital skills are needed for the future leaders to come, Franz, you addressed all important points. Let's just remind ourselves, roughly 60% of the current leaders in companies around the globe openly admit that they are not digital savvy enough to cope with the operational and digital challenges at hand. 60%? So there is a huge gap to fill. And actually, for all the young ones here in the room, Raj, I know you are really focusing on these topics. We all know that in modern companies, there is not a single unit that does not deal with digital challenges. HR, legal, finance, of course, sales, marketing, what have you. All of these functions are having very digital challenges they need to tackle. And in light of that, you know, all what you've just said, Franz, is really needed. Let's not forget, besides technical experience, we need different individuals to lead our future companies. So the command and control times are long, long over. It's very important that we not only co-create, we cooperate in the very best sense. And there is much more to learn than only technical skills, I guess.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So, at president of the Erasmus University, what is your vision? How could digitalization also help Erasmus University to make the next step?
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks, Peter, for bringing us together here. I can't say it's great to be at my own university. That's almost a given, but I'm very grateful to be in this company and discuss this matter. Well, yes, I think it's very relevant. It's already been said. I mean, there is no branch of our society that is not under the influence of digitization, and the universities are not an exception. But I would say that if I start with the question, the excellence of the student experience, then I think the excellence of the student's experience is when the academic formation and individual desires come together, when you have an individually gratifying experience being at a university, because it gives you things that aren't there, but it fits your personal ambition as well. Now, the interesting thing is that, you know, digitization sounds very much like the future, but I think this, to some extent, is, if we quote the film, Back to the Future. If we go to the origins of the university, and I'm not talking about the medieval university, but about the modern university, this is in the first half of the 19th century. We know names like von Humboldt, and in the Anglo-Saxon world there was John Henry Newman. And they are actually the fathers of universities as we know them now, especially John Newman. Humboldt has written various things, but especially Newman has written a wonderful book, The Idea of a University. And it actually tells something that is quite technology independent. It says a university is a community of learners and teachers, and there is a lot of significance in being a community. And if you go to von Humboldt, there was something called Forschendes Lernen, but it really means that you have an individual development of your skills under the guidance of somebody who is seasoned in research and teaching. So if you go to the origins of the modern university, it was a community and an individual experience. And I think those are two things to have in mind if we think about the future of a university. We have lost those ideas to some extent, because it could be done in the beginning of the 19th century, because basically we were dealing just with society's elite, hand-picked students from good families who could be exposed to this process. And of course, universities have become far too important to society to just have the happy few there. One of the things is that worldwide, and also in this country, we've seen enormous growth of the universities. And with that, a more mechanistic approach has come. Something that we have also in industry, where essentially your student is a raw product, and there are 4, 5, or 6 batches, and at the end there is a standardization called a final examination, and we give it a stamp and say, now you have your education. This is it is not only a negation of the original idea of a university, and it is certainly not the answer to the future. And the way I look at digitization is actually that we can make the step in educating many people and make it the individual experience that we need through what one could call mass customization, something that has already been happening in industry, but what we should take very seriously as universities. We can give people an individual experience. And of course, this should also mean the other thing, which comes more from myself personally, if I think back on my academic career, everything in life that I have really deeply understood is something I have worked with not something I memorized to sit an exam. We know that people that take an exam today and we ask this, even the same questions 2 months later, they will fail their exam. So what is the objective there? I think, so we need this new technology to come to a much more individualist kind of education, and this will have these other things. And I would say learning by doing is the very important thing. And bringing together France's co-creation, it's not only, and collaboration, this is not only a nice idea, it's an absolute necessity, because technology is moving so fast that from now on, the younger generation will always be much better informed than their teachers. So we simply need them to make the thing going. That would be my answer.
Thank you. Thank you. Farshida, you're really passionate about innovation and education, innovation, actually. So what is your opinion? How can we improve?
Okay.
Do we need to do the mass customization and individual experience and focus on that one? Are there other aspects you think are needed?
There are so many thoughts going through my brain right now. First of all, Peter, I'm not sure I'm going to thank you right now. It depends on the outcome of this debate, but it's for us to discuss later on. I might thank you or ignore you for the rest of your life, so just giving you a heads up. Well, I was listening to all three speakers, and I have to say I agree and I don't agree. I agree with Frans when you say it's about co-creation, when you say it's about engagement, when you say that we need to utilize technology in such a way that it brings the brightest people together, but not leave the not-so-bright people behind. That's what I got from that. I also believe in creative friction and agility. The whole purpose of Erasmus X is to be that agile R&D department within the university that looks out for these, these little nuggets that are too risky for the university to take. So a great example of that is COVID hit us just as hard as any other university, but we were the first university here in the Netherlands to use a game platform to engage our students. We built the entire campus in digital Lego so our students could engage, find each other, do tours together. This is not something that you would do as a university, but we did it anyway. And by doing that, we inspired our colleagues in the TU Delft to build their campus. We inspired others to build their campus in a game platform and link it to the Erasmus University so students can actually engage on a digital platform. So that creative friction that you were talking about, that hit with me so hard, I was like, yes, that is exactly what we need. And Brigitte, when you were talking, the word that came into my head is, don't we need transformative leadership rather than the transactional old way of leading companies? Don't we need to look for people who know what they want, who know how to be there, who know how to get things done, but maybe also trust them that they can get the things done? Like the way we operate within a university, we have all the brightest people. Yet, however, there is a culture that people don't yet look for that creative friction because of fear of failing, fear of being reprimanded. So I'm also looking at Ed as leader of this university. Shouldn't we talk about transformative leadership within our schools, within our teachers, but also teach our students how to become a transformative leader so that we can actually raise the next generation of leaders to take their responsibility and make impact on society? And last but not least, I'm going to get fired for this, but that's okay. But last but not least, when I look at technology, I'm an alumna from this university, but I also have a tech background. I would say that there's so much more we could do with technology. When it comes to learning, we could utilize technology to make that individual person trigger on topics that they find interesting, recommendations and such. But when it comes to education, there's an entire value chain, an entire educational chain that could use some improvements. And I'm not going to say what I was really thinking, but that could use some improvements. So we need to look into how our infrastructure is looking like today. But we also need to take into regard that technology will change, and it will change quicker than we as a university can do. So that's why I think, within Erasmus X, we have our jobs ready for us. We're paving the way, moving the university to take that next step. And by, taking the chances and the risks that are too risky for a big organization, you need a group of crazy people who are willing to do that. So that's my view on it.
Okay, great. So we now move to the online participation. Vincent, any
questions?
Questions?
Yeah. Okay, if I can get
for the audience,
if I can get it up on the screen. And I have a bunch of interesting questions which we're not going to answer. So like, for example, what is the percentage of Erasmus teaching staff that is not fully digital educated? We won't go into that.
I would like to know the answer as well.
Also, I would also what class says, should we as an organization redefine our purpose, less research and more education? But I think this is a good one to answer for the panel. How should the financing model of the university need to be changed to achieve the vision? We now spend in the university about 4% on digital technology. Should we not just say we should put it to 20%? Then it means something. That is the... That is your answer, or no. I'm asking the question of the audience.
I'll start. Well, I think the financing model does indeed need to change, and I think we need to make much bigger investments in digital technology, but not only in hardware, but also in software. I think there was the other question about what percentage of our staff is not fully digitally qualified. I don't know the percentage because it's probably hard to measure, but I can tell you it is also a significant proportion, and that's not a good situation that we are in. We should be talking about both the income side as well as on the expenses side, right? So the kind of investments that we need to make, but also the money that we bring in. And we are still very much dependent, certainly, on what we call the first money stream income. And that's provided Dutch universities, including our own, with a safety cushion, right? It's been enormously productive in many respects, but it has also meant that a lot of universities have rested on their laurels, so to say. And I think that needs to change. So I would actually expect a much broader mix of income sources, actually, for universities. And I think universities should aim for that.
Ed?
Well, yeah, I somehow felt challenged by the question, but maybe I should give my qualifications. I am a computer scientist. So the question, just to address this in terms of percentages or even money that is poured into IT, misses the essence of the question. What we, for example, if we're talking about digitization in education, what first and foremost we need is an idea about the didactical model that we need to implement that. Otherwise, we'll buy lots of computers and bandwidth and hardware and invest in software, and it will all evaporate because it doesn't hit the core of the problem. So first and foremost, we need actually a digitally informed educational vision, and then work from that what we need in budget, rather than the other way around. We could invest a lot of money in IT and it could all be wasted, and every one of us knows probably very good societal examples of that. So I'm saying, and yes, I would expect ultimately, of course, to go more than 4%. I don't think the 4% actually is accurate, but anyway, this is the point I wanted to make.
I see nodding faces on the other side. Oh, sorry.
This is all about the people, right?
Exactly.
And universities are not always the example of embracing change. Right? And that starts with people, not with budgets. Budgets are a means to an end. If you have a shared vision of what you want to accomplish and the people want to embrace that and take risks, to your point, then we can move. The money will then follow and be reallocated. Right? So maybe there needs to be a little bit of pepper into that system.
Oh, yeah.
Pepper.
And I think on that point, actually, that the way we look at budgets and top-down can also be rethought. There are incredible examples of students centralizing themselves and coming up with solutions out of the box from existing SaaS solutions from different companies, creating their own. And we can start bringing them in and grow that within the organization and see what sticks, rather than always having one clear vision. Because not always do we have the time or the resources to create one vision. Sometimes maybe embracing the students And what they're already using and hearing what the students are doing is the way. And that's where we still miss.
That's agile, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Exactly.
That's embracing agile, yeah.
Exactly.
Rashida?
Yeah, I absolutely 100% agree with both what Ed said, what Fritz said, and what Raj said. You know, we work with students all the time, but how much do we actually listen to them? You know, within our group, the most brilliant ideas come from students. So embrace them as partners in whatever you're doing, you know, co-create their education. And also, when it comes to change and organizational change, now, again, I'm a lawyer, so I'm not a change manager, disclaimer here. But if you look at, you know, what all the greatest minds in the world are saying, technology alone cannot solve our problems. You know, we need to rethink our organization as well. Why aren't we embracing this digital change? What is going on? What are the behaviors? What are the patterns? You know, and I agree with Ed when he's speaking about, you know, first figure out the didactics, which is exactly what we're doing, you know, within my group. And sometimes you don't even need technology. And sometimes the solution is just sit down and draw some things on paper and come to a solution. But yet you do need to embrace the mindsets that come with this. And I think that's one of our biggest challenges.
Okay, thanks. Vincent?
Yeah,
Quick
there's
last
comments that money doesn't mean computers and stuff. It means people who know what they're talking about. I mean, it's of course also, the question is what kind of percentage of the Erasmus teaching staff is fully digital educated? We need people who embrace this kind of stuff, who know that, who basically can be agents of change. That's what people are saying here. And they want to embrace that the students work, that the universities don't only work with Philips, which is a wonderful company, and they basically have been an incredible innovation, but also with SMEs, small companies. Make it easy to basically penetrate deep into the society. And that, how can you do that? And you say money is not important. If you have a bunch of people, who really embrace that, that also can inflict change. Because if you wait until everybody has discussed everything, it takes a while here.
Okay, thank you. So I think we had some great points here. Rush, what do you think?
What do I think?
Is the conveyor belt disassembled or this?
Well, the conveyor belt, it is how students feel, right? So, I mean, it's incredible to hear the input that we have today, right? That the co-creation is primary. It's not just about understanding students now, but continuously hearing the students. And this is where, again, technology comes in very handy. We not only should ask, because one of the things struck me the most when I came to the university was, the university doesn't know why I came here. And I'm going to spend 3 to 5 or 7 years here. And that was something which struck with me and most of the students. People come to follow a degree rather than think of their goals. And I know that there are interesting activities now coming up at Rotterdam School of Management, particularly in goal setting, and we need to embrace that. So this discussion is definitely in the right way, and I'm glad that I'm here at the table to represent the student voices, right? And we need to have a keen eye to listen, keen ears to listen to the students. And that something comes from, I guess, the leadership, right? I remember previously, or something that I ask every leader is like, let's have more open hours. Let's have an opportunity to hear the students out, and not always through the barriers. Because especially, of course, during COVID, it is so difficult. I mean, we met for the first time today, Ed, in person, but it's something that we need to break down those walls and barriers, where students feel that they are a part and they're co-creating their experience. And if that feeling is not there, then we're always going to treat them as a second or a different party. And those barriers need to be rethought.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Vincent, the results of the poll?
Yes, if we can see it, if we can pick it up over there. Students demand a better university sorry. This is the poll. Students demand a better university experience. We need to embrace smart digital technology too. It's amazing that the majority agrees, but interesting, 18% says yes, but 5% says so-so, and 8% says it's overrated 2% says, important issues, please. So there's a majority which says absolutely, but there are also people who think that other things are really important.
Yeah. And I think the overrated one are also very interesting to listen to them. Maybe they are more into, let's explore the new didactics. What is it? And yeah, we need digital for that, but we don't need to overrate the digital component. Or has it to do with the data? Because we did not talk too much about data yet, which is, yes, digitally oriented, but not always.
I think we can side with the people who say so or no if we interpret data as a toolkit. Right? A tool is just a means to an end, and the essence of this dialogue is university is not about a linear education program, but it is a place to get inspired, to develop yourself, to learn many skills, as Ed said, partly also by doing, right? And doing is not per se digital, I completely agree. But the world requires these agile and creative and inspired and capable students that are ready for the digital world, right? And so I disagree with the so-so people, because you do need to understand the value of data and analytics, and rather than, I have way too many students, and also, by the way, employees, who project opinions, right? Very tiring. They are not data-driven people, right? We really need to understand what the data tells us, and that needs to be taught here, right? Hopefully in the Data Collaboratory as a way forward. So the truth is somewhere in the middle, but one thing is sure, we need to change.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thanks. This is theme 1, Vincent. We are now moving to theme 2. And I would like to invite Gerrit Schipper to come on stage.
Thank you, Erik.
Gerrit, you're the Executive Director of the Erasmus Centre for Data Analytics, ECDA, as it is called in the acronyms. What is the mission of ECDA, and how will fit this Erasmus Data Collaboratory in this mission?
I actually wonder why you asked me on stage, because you just heard the answer, right?
Yeah, but we would like to hear
but there's always a deeper,
about your activities.
There's always a deeper meaning, and the reason why ECDA was established is to support the university in preparing society for a sustainable data-driven future. So make sure that people that work at the university, but the students, faculty, etc., know what it needs to be, what they need to become, what they need to know to make sure that we end up in a nice world. And there's a lot to be done. And of course, not all by itself, but in collaboration with their public and private partner organizations. I mean, the social impact of data, Frans already alluded to it, data is important, not to look at it as a tool set, but the social impact of AI and data is immense. And not just from a technology point of view, but also, and maybe even more so, from a business, legal, economic and social scientist perspective. And therefore, as a university, we have a task to do. And if you translate that purpose into what we want to do is make sure that we facilitate that we're able to develop what I would call data competent talent. Mm-hmm. That's what it's all about. So not just knowledge, but also skills, attitude. And in a way that it is working by doing. Hands-on education and hands-on research. And to be able to facilitate that, we need a spot on campus where we can make that happen. Where students can work with talent from our public and private partner organizations on working on open data, fair data, shared data, real life challenges, so that they, as it were, on the job, learn what will be expected from them when they graduate from our universities. And to have that spot, that's why we've opened the Erasmus Data Collaboratory.
Okay, okay, great.
That's
Thank
it?
you. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Good
Spot
luck
on.
with
Thank
the
you.
discussion.
So we move to this collaboration and especially the open part of it, the open data and shared data, because usually, previously, we would like to keep it inside. We would like to, data is knowledge, and knowledge you're not giving away, and definitely you're not going to share it too much, because you have competitors, you have collaborators, but yeah, open data is always a little bit, open science is also now very much in favor in the universities. So we have the debate question. I first would like to ask Vincent, how important is it for students, public and private organizations, to collaborate with open and shared data?
Yeah, if we can go to Squiffer, then you can see that 50% says it's essential, 33% is important, and the rest is useful, 10%, not a big issue, 6% and 3% is overrated. I'm
still voting, huh?
Yeah, but yeah, they're still voting, but I'm really interested in the useful or the overrated and not a big issue people. But I mean, there's a big support for this question.
Okay, okay. So Ula, would like to start with you. We had the RSM Leadership Summit in 2014, if I'm correct.
Something like that.
Big
yes.
data, what's in it for me? And Peter and I were steering this debate. The RSM Leadership Summits are always picking a topic that is far ahead of the curve, I would say. So in 2014, we invited you, and since then, you are every year coming back to Erasmus for the leadership challenges with data analytics executive course. And you set up your own consultancy company, which is a leader in data and AI in the Northwestern Hemisphere. So what is your opinion about this data, open data, data analytics, the role of AI in all kinds of companies that you are advising?
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, always happy to be here, and especially after this while. So yeah, we consult the big companies, and it has even, Dane Studios is now 5 years old, and since you mentioned 2014, some changes there. So companies have matured. They have more and more started to use their own data. Like you mentioned first, of course, you take your own data into utilization. Ecosystems are talked of and are growing in importance all the time, but it's not an easy topic. So I have a feeling that many companies are very much struggling with this one, so to really make it mutually beneficial so that you don't end up, if you have competitors, for example, you end up in these eternal questions about IPR rights and who is now, yeah, people are competing, so they want to own the results. But if you think, first of all, from a company perspective, open data, how they can enrich their data asset, there, of course, say weather data is an important aspect for many companies, retailers, for example, mobility data, how people move around. So you want to know where you set up your business or how to understand people flows in general. Health data you mentioned, so all these things, devices we carry these days, so even for manufacturers, for hospitals, they can get direct from the users data that wasn't available before. So clearly there is a big help for their own business. And the same goes if you think of companies from their perspective. It's the other way around then. Do we have some data? It makes so much sense for every company to think, like, is there some data that could benefit somebody else? Could we sell traditional thing is media companies. I used to work for media companies, for example, selling audiences. But then the interesting thing are those ecosystems, so the collaboration. So if I'm an airline and I would like to understand, what's happening now, how should when my airline reaches the airport, what happens over there? Well, I have to collaborate with the airport. I don't have that data. Or even if I'm one airline and I have, for example, Airbuses, I would like to do predictive maintenance for my Airbus, but maybe I don't have enough airplanes. I need to collaborate with Airbus in order to get all their data from their Airbuses in order to build algorithms and so forth. So there are these mutually beneficial topics. But then when I think of universities and how they can help here, I think in a couple of ways. Of course, I think this collaborative sounds really collaboratory. It's a really good initiative because at least what I've seen working with universities is sometimes the same as companies have silos, but also universities have silos. So a bit every faculty tends to have their own viewpoint, and sometimes you get the feeling that a bit their own hammer, which that the problems are being tackled. But in many cases, these are topics that actually, say, if you have a customer data, you want to have the behavioral scientists, the psychologists, the marketeers, and the computer scientists around the same table, the mathematicians, and therefore the company's problems are much wider. And if then the universities can also put their skills together and help in a bigger scale, that would be very much welcomed. A couple of things also. You mentioned the talent war for talent. We see it in companies all the time. So just the demand for data scientists, data engineers, architects is so much prevalent, and it's even increasing because all companies are now trying to attract this talent. If you compare to software skills, that's an older discipline. So we already have experienced people there, but there are no experienced data engineers, or very few of them, and there is a war out there to get them. So the sooner then also universities can really tackle these kind of skills, the better.
Okay, thank you. I hear ecosystem, I hear business networks, Diederik. Your PhD, a cum laude at Erasmus, was about this topic. Now you are at Wealth Simple in Canada. You're an VP in data science and engineering. What is your view on this topic?
Many. First, thank you, Peter, so much for inviting me. It's always an honor when you invite me for these events, so thank you so much. It's quite a privilege. So many interesting things have been said so far, and it's really hard to pick up on anything in particular. But on the question on what are we looking for in our future candidates, I think you have to sort of ask first, what will the world look like, let's say in 2030, or what do you think the world will look like, and then reason backwards. So I don't have a crystal ball, but I think three things are going to be sort of true by 2030. One, software has eaten the world. In 2012, Mark Andreessen from Andreessen and Horowitz, venture capitalist, he coined the phrase, software is eating the world, and was describing how every industry was being digitalized. By 2030, approximately, that will be done. Dinner is over. And we will live in a fully digital world. So that's one major trend. The second, I think, is that on the topic of machine learning, the costs will go effectively to zero by 2030. And this will have nonlinear impacts on our society, on our business, on everything. It's like we don't know yet what is going to happen. But I'll give you one quick example of something that just blew me away the other week. You have these really large neural networks that are, one is called GPT, and they were demonstrating that you could type in plain English to use it to program a computer game. So by just in English describing what needed to happen, it would auto-generate the code. And you had a functional game at the end. with only plain English. Mind-blowing. And the third trend, I think, is going to be Web 3.0. We are upgrading the internet right now with new primitives, new fundamental building blocks, like programmable money, programmable contracts, provable accomplishments, digital ownership. I think many people right now feel that this has been a very fast year and a half, 2 years. We've been sort of in 5th gear. I think we're going to go in 6th gear. It's going to go faster. So these are, I think, 3 major developments that are sort of happening right now and will be done by 2030. So the question then becomes how to prepare for that, because that's, I think, what students are asking. How do I know I'm getting ready for this world? And this world is moving very fast, and can the university keep up? So I think, as a university, what I would think that should happen more of is, regardless of your actual discipline, we should teach more students to think like an engineer, and not just like in terms of like teaching them how to program, because that's a tool, but more like the mindset, system thinking, complex thinking, network thinking, very important. Second, teach them how to think like a statistician. How can we teach people to incorporate new information to update their view of the world? Like a Bayesian person. What do you need? What kind of data do you need to change your opinion? As Mr. Van Houten was saying, like, too many people are using opinions. But so you need to be more data, and you need to refresh your opinion, right? And that's really a mindset more so. And then finally, and this is maybe very old school to mention, but I think it's really important for people, students, to be good writers. Because good writing actually showcases clear thinking. And you only know what you think if you have written it yourself. And we are going to a more asynchronous world with Slack, with all kinds of message boards, and so being very punctual and concrete and very convincing in your writing skills. It's very old school, I know, but I think it's very important.
Okay. Yeah. Great, thank you. Ansgar, anything to add to this?
Well, I'm very grateful that you have mentioned kind of those more old school type of skills, because I also believe they are very important. I'd like to complement everything that has been said so far by, shedding some light on kind of the other side of this as well, right? I mean, I think we are here as a beacon of open data, shared data. I think in our research we embody this already quite a bit. The nature of research has changed. But then there is also this other aspect that, on the one hand, we're proponing here the importance of open and shared data. At the same time, there's so much misinformation out there, so many myths out there. And I think we have also a responsibility towards our students, to work with our students, to educate them also in terms of the value of science, the value of good knowledge, the value of critical thinking. Questioning, asking the right question. That's the other thing that we also should bear in mind.
Here comes a real dinosaur comment, and my apologies upfront for that. I fully agree with all of what you said. Obviously, students need to learn how to deal with data analytics, artificial intelligence, whatever it is. I'm thinking about the human being behind learning all of these techniques, and especially when it comes up to data analytics. I'm coming out of a country where people are crazy about, data protection and how to deal with this. You all know this. We might overdo it for sure, but that's a different story. But how do we teach people to see the ethical part of what they are doing? How do they get a feel for what to use in what context and where to say no at some point in time, because it's not appropriate for what reasons ever. My personal opinion is, you talked about transformational leadership. There is a human component in all of these things that I think need to be part of an education for students to come as well. And I don't see that at this stage, in all fairness.
Can I contribute to the statement? So the importance to collaborate with open and shared data, I would say it's super important, but there is a huge tension around it, because natural behavior of companies, governments, is to hoard data in your own silo, right? But hoarding data in your own silo may lead to bias, and it may actually lead to no insight. Right? So I have a suggestion to make for the university. The university could have it as a statement of desire or ambition to be the enabler of open and shared data. Many institutions in the world have a lot of data, and they are not getting all the insights out of it that they could. Think about the CBS or other bureaus, or, there's so many. Why don't you go to all of them and say, we want access to your data? Soon the collaboratory here will be the richest repository of open data that students can do research on in practical manner and drive insights without bias, because it's multi-source data. And it could become a real attraction for Erasmus. Like the Generation R studies, right? That the medical, that is a cross-faculty study done by Erasmus, is world class. World class. People come here because of that. This open source data collaboratory could be a beacon that the world needs, and I think the university could be trusted, provided you have the right rules around it, that actually people will give you access to their data. I think companies would.
Can I add that to that? Oh, you were first. No, just real quick to that. So I fully agree. I think it would be really great opportunity for Erasmus to be the leader, the torch in this. But I have another request still, that I think it's would make sense for Erasmus to also think of the business models behind, because for many companies it's still sharing data is not a goal in itself. It's more like a means, and therefore many of these fears that you're saying, like companies hoard data, and so there's a lot of insecurity, and maybe others will have. It's valuable, I know, but I don't know quite how, and maybe but others will benefit from it. But coming up with this exactly how, what are the rules? What makes sense to that it's mutually beneficial for companies and universities and municipalities and meaning the public sector in general to collaborate. That's a good research topic as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Ed.
Yes, well, I think we can agree. So I don't think the importance of data can be overestimated, but still it is often understood in the wrong way by many people. So a lot of people are parroting this so they say data is important, and if you ask them why they think it is important, then basically the answer is because everybody tells you so. I think for the problems of the world, we can profit from the fact that data is available and that in huge quantities they give us a lot of information. But there are many things that have been said that we as a university should bring to the fore. One of it is the connection with not just technical sciences, but the social economic sciences, which is the core of our thing. The point of ethics is very important, and it is not only related to what some people think is the populist thing. The point is that we do not so much need data as validated data. There's a lot of data around that tells you nothing. It is, it's noisy, and garbage in is garbage out. If you use that data, you will get nowhere very fast. And I think the other thing which hasn't been discussed is the algorithms we use to study the data. And there, in fact, it's very difficult to see whether we're doing, I'm telling this then as a computer scientist, some of the algorithms around, we don't know why they work or do they work, and where are the boundaries in knowing what is going on there. So there's a whole complex of issues related to data where I think the university indeed is the place that we should study them, and definitely we will, I'm sure.
Okay. Vincent.
Yeah, that was a great answer, and that was also something which somebody asked here. Will working with open data support critical thinking, or is that a complete separate development? And I think that's basically what you... And you have big lies in statistics, and critical thinking is extremely... So I won't suggest we go into that. And but then I found also a nice question was... or actually more a remark, do we look at the EuroX of Farshida as the playground and the future template of the Europe? So that's a nice compliment. You have fans in the audience, so that's nice. And the question, which I thought was interesting, this one. It seems that fake news is conquering the world, including science, especially under influence of COVID. Could an open data approach help? And that's the same with critical thinking. So maybe that's a nice one for Frans, because he's in the spearheads of that world.
No, I absolutely agree. An open data approach can help. Of course, you still need to conquer all the issues that Ed mentioned, but let's assume that that's a role of the university to clean and test data. The world does need, let's say, analytics on data in general. And with all that noise in the world, it would be welcome for universities to take a point of view. I'm all for it.
Mm-hmm. And it would, I think, would be really, actually, come to think of this, really amazing if universities start teaching more how to think about thinking. Because I don't think that just giving people more data is going to change their minds. Like that comes back to the Bayesian statistician. We need to teach people when is it time to depart your position based on new data, new evidence. Like what kind of data are you using for your current position? And when are you willing to switch, to change, to adopt, to update your view? And I think that is really sort of the meta skill that we need to teach more, because there is absolutely a deluge of misinformation out there. But if we don't teach people how to navigate in that world of misinformation, then we will have no chance conquering it.
Yeah, and maybe if I can add to what Diederik just said, also teach our students to ask the why behind the why behind the why. I think we're not always doing that enough. So we have this data set. Why do we have it? Mm-hmm. What was the reason? Why should we use it in the first place? And I don't think we do that enough. And by not doing that, we're not enabling that critical thinking ability to look at data and maybe give it different interpretations. So in that way, I think if we as a university take this seriously, we should also look into how to bring in different perspectives from the different schools, from the different professors, so we don't get a singular linear perspective from one professor on one subject. I don't think that's fit for the future. And data can actually help in that way to also see if our students are doing better, if they're actually making the impact that we want them to make in the world. So curious to see how that will change.
Okay, great. Thanks. Vincent, some last...
No, I think this was the last couple of questions. So I'm going to ask people to make what they thought of this debate. If we're ending that, we'll give that.
Please do.
That
please
will
do.
come.
We would like to be evaluated.
I'm
working at.
Come back to me in 2 minutes. And we'll get
I'm working at the university, and I'm constantly evaluated by all kinds of committees and the students.
So far, you have an 8.5, which I think is pretty good. It's going down.
It's going down. I'm not sure, yo.
This is nerve-wracking.
Can we hide the number?
This is good. I think we should call it.
Yeah. It should be interesting.
Okay, a last round of thoughts. Frans, may I invite you, and then we go around.
Well, the whole notion of this debate was about should we kind of innovate the student experience, and I would hope that the conclusion is a resounding yes. And I would add to that as a stakeholder, alumnus, but also a stakeholder, and that there's no time to lose, because the world around us is changing so rapidly that the ability to deal with a digital world and to be critical in such a digital world, to be agile, to be able to collaborate across disciplines, because this is a multidisciplinary world. These are all skills that need to be embedded and seeded in the university. So I think the university needs to change, it should do it right now. I would also then suggest that it shouldn't stop after graduation, but it should be a recurring theme where you can come back. Because we are in an age where change is so rapid that none of us can survive on what we learned 10 years ago. We'll have to redo that all the time. Again, it's a huge business opportunity in my view, maybe funding issues aside, but I would suggest there's a role to play.
Okay, thank you. Brigitte.
Fully agree with all of what has been said, and by the way, in preparing for this session, I learned from many big companies in Europe how much they are stretching themselves in all kinds of activities, creating these, cooperation, collaboration type of new approaches. It's pretty amazing how much this is seen as the new way going forward. Now, with my professional background, I'm worried about people. And as much as I understand that this is necessary, as much as I really support this, I hope that this does not lead to a situation where very young people are focused on serving faster and better, and with good reason, companies without kind of growing into becoming responsible human beings in a very complex and difficult world. So how we balance this out is still something that I honestly struggle with, but I nevertheless do agree with all the things that have been said here.
Okay,
yes, I think lots of very useful and important things have been said. Of course we should change as a university, but this is also true because as a society we must change, and we are part of that. So I think to some extent we should not only change because we are hit by digitization, but we should learn the world how to cope with these systemic changes that affect us all, and the great challenges that are there for us. And of course it's the task of the university to be an important partner in redesigning, so to speak, society, and this means also redesigning ourselves. And the last remark is, what do we teach in a world where knowledge, the half-time decay of knowledge is shorter than ever before? And the answer is really things that have been said here. They are mostly methodological. You must be able to acquire skills later when you have left the university or are in a lifelong university, and it means that indeed that we should teach our students how to learn by themselves, to be self-reliant, and that this systems thinking, and perhaps on a certain level, I don't mean programming, but algorithmic thinking, what this means is a sort of general skill. So it means that the core of what we're educating is more methodological and less fact-based, because the facts are changing as we speak about them.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. A lot has been said already about this need for continuous learning and lifelong learning, and I totally agree with this, but I think we should think about this in an even more holistic way. That we should think about a student journey, really, which begins kind of before students or participants in our courses actually come to this university, and what happens after they kind of leave at least their defined program of study. What I found really worrying is when Raj said earlier on, when he came to the university, he was never asked actually why are you here, right? What is it that you expect? What is it that you want to take away from this place? I think we need to have universities start actually at a much earlier date, where we as faculty members, for example, or our people actually go into schools, learn together with those pupils, with these young people, and have them come into the university and teach us rather than we actually necessarily teaching them. I think that is much more important. And then obviously continuing the journey after the program, the degree is over, because you're absolutely right that the half-time of knowledge is way too short to do justice to the kind of needs that people have today within kind of a 3 or 4 year period that they're here.
Okay, thanks. Ula?
Something I've been thinking about a lot lately is this new hybrid way of working. So how will the future look like actually in terms of companies? So it's, yeah, maybe COVID ends also here very soon, but we're not going back to this way that everything has to be physical, and also, yeah, all the employees have to be in the same place. Most likely at university it's the same thing. So what does it mean for teaching? How do you create this impact of collaboration, that people feel that they're close to one another, yet allow also people to work at their own time and from wherever they are? And so I don't have answers, but I think it's definitely something that we as a society have to tackle, how to move forward.
Yeah, thanks. Diederik.
Well, this is really, I think, for the students who are listening and are online. Like, I think it's an incredible time to be a student right now. It's even though it might not feel like that, I know we're sort of stumbling out of a pandemic and it's not over. But I think that the coming 10 years are going to be incredibly exciting, and the need for you is going to be so obvious. You won't realize how desperately we're going to need people. So that's really one. And one other thing is that at Shopify we often spoke about the T profile of a person, of a candidate. And I think it's a very useful metaphor to think about yourself. So it goes like, make sure you master one discipline. That's sort of like the vertical axis. And then the more horizontal you need to know, let me say that again. The more subject areas you know enough to be able to make connections and bridges to the other disciplines, that makes you a very effective person when you join the labor market. And then finally, I think you're going to be able to augment yourself with ML and in your decision making very soon. And I think there's this really interesting story. Well, very quickly, in 2005, there's this chess tournament where people can play chess, grandmasters, amateurs, and it's like freely open, so you can use computers as well. And there's this very famous story where two pretty amateur chess players, to be quite honest, but equipped with 3 computers and a bunch of additional analyses, were able to beat grandmasters. And they had a 1,000-point gap in ELO. So that world, I think, is going to happen. That we will equip everybody on the workforce with ML to drive productivity and better decision making. So I think it's just really a super exciting time.
Okay, thank you. Rashida.
Wow, well, I don't think I have a lot more to add to everything that's been said already. I do want to point out that still in everything that has been said, I would like to challenge everyone to think, okay, but what's in it for students?
No.
It's great to have a business model, but what's in it for the student?
No.
What is that student going to get out of that business model?
No.
It's great to have a data collaboratory, and I'm counting on you guys that you include the students in whatever venture you take, because you need that voice to be heard. You need to engage with them. For this university, I think the future is bright. I think we have so many brilliant minds thinking about what steps to take next. But I also think we need to break down those silos more. And we need to look at our organization to see how can we work better together instead of going for that one faculty or one school. So I'm hoping I can work with you guys a lot. I know that you know to find me, I know where to find you. But I'm looking forward to it, and I'm really, really curious to see what steps are next for this university.
Right, okay.
And
thanks,
I guess,
Rush. You have the last word. Well, really, but
that's impressive. No, I think incredible things have been said, right? So I'm not going to repeat that. And primarily what struck with me is, if we strip it down, what is a university? It's a community of, in this case, 30,000 students, 4,000 academic and non-academic staff. What is the incredible potential that interactions, individual interactions between these people can create? And if we remove all the processes and everything, and consciously all of us, the 30,000 community, thinks about why are we here and what can we do, I think that can spark so much of innovation. And we can reorganize ourselves in little huddles, groups, whatever, to rethink why are we here and develop from there, right? So I would not forget the value of a university as a community first, And we can think the rest through again and again, and this will be a rediscovering process.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Vincent, some last reflections from the audience.
Yeah, the suggestions from the audience. So if we can take a look at that, there's a whole bunch of answers. I basically asked, what suggestions could you give how to improve the university? And we got a lot of answers. So let's require all research papers to be open and free. Why don't we make it part of the curriculum? Should be 10%. Jan Baan came with a suggestion. Come on, it's going to be a gold rush for business improvement. It means more than PDF. Yes, Baan. Yes, Jan, we totally agree. Because it's a little hard, I asked them to give the 5 suggestions, and on top is make it part of the curriculum. And if we go at the lowest, the number 10 is interesting how low it is, the knowledge and skills of the teachers. So that means everybody is extremely happy with the knowledge and the skills of the teachers, so that's really good. Then also, let's require the research papers. Keep the student's account open. That's really, after you leave the school, why should the email of you be cancelled? You know, that is the lifeline of us, and we could stay in touch forever. And then we, what Ulla says, establish a center of cooperation and multidisciplinary work, avoid silos, you know, and I think the data, I think our new data center should be, of course, that. And the number 1, which with 14% of the vote, is make it part of the curriculum. So that's the suggestions. And there's a lot of more, and I will share that with Peter.
Please. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your participation. Thank you to the audience. Online and on-site, and on-site is also online nowadays, so thank you very much. I was asked to summarize this, which is impossible as a host. So we have some help. Jessica Mills. Jessica, you were listening all the time, and you made a summary. That would be great if it.
Does she need a mic?
I have a mic. It's been arranged. Yeah, so I made a visual summary, and I'm hoping that we can cast it onto the screen. I'm looking at my tech people behind there. If it doesn't succeed, which it might look like it, all the visuals will be shared with you after this meeting, but if I have to like recap it, something's happening. Awesome. Cool.
There we are. Thank you, technicians.
Thank you. So this was the second theme of today. I think a lot of recaps have already been done. The couple of things that I've been picking up on is the balance between shared information and not shared information because of IP or because it's stuck in silos. The collaboration that's needed between students, public and private, always needs to benefit what's in it for the student. Even when you finish your education here as a student, 3 years, like keep your email open or have other ways of engaging them. One of the really interesting remarks that was said, like, as a student, we'll ask ourselves, like, how do I prepare? How do I become the best version of whatever it is that I'm studying here before I leave? And if you look at how the world's changing, you have this software that's eating the world, which sounds like a bit of scary. You've got machine learning at zero cost, which means that any data that I can put in, I can do stuff with if I think like a statistician. And it won't cost me anything. And the Web 3.0, those are really interesting technologies that we need to consider, I've heard. And what was really striking to me is like, okay, think like a statistician, think like an engineer, become a writer, but fast and foremost, become a critical thinker. Thank you so much for your input. I can go to the second slide, but I think we're running out of time.
Thank you very much, Jessica. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. And you will all get the summary that you made, and that will be sent to you digitally. So thank you very much. Thank you all. This is the first part. So we now have some piano music between the first and the second part. You can, for 5 minutes, stretch your legs, do some exercise, but stay in your seat or around your seat, because in 5 minutes
you will hear the opening, the announcement of the opening of the Erasmus Data Collaboratory, and Gerrit will guide us through this process. Thank you very much. Thank you. Applause for you. Thank you very much. There will be a small present given to you, and not flowers, because, well, you are traveling. But I wrote a book about technology meets flowers, and I would like to give that book to you. As a token of appreciation that you are with us during this debate. Thank you very much for your open, very inspiring debate. So thank you for that. Thank you.
at this point, we would have loved to start the actual opening ceremony of the Erasmus Data Collaboratory, but unfortunately, fate decided otherwise. As you've probably heard in the media, we had to close down the Polak building where the Erasmus Data Collaboratory is located, so we couldn't enter. And we had prepared such wonderful things, like we trained the robot dog Spot to here walk up on stage and get us and bring us to the Polak building. We'll have to do it another time. And at this point in time, tentatively, we have scheduled October 29th to really open the Erasmus Data Collaboratory. Again, good afternoon, everyone. Pleased to meet you all. My name is Gerrit Schipper, but you already saw it on screen once. And I am very fortunate that I may lead an excellent team of people, students, as well as members of staff of the Rotterdam School of Management, to make the Erasmus Data Collaboratory a fact. I've already explained why ECDA was established, and there is much more to read about ECDA in our Year in Review magazine that, if it's okay, you have had when you got your name tag. If not, I would urge you to go to the website ecda.ur.nl, ecda.ur.nl, where you can download it. I'll give it to you, Raj. Right, it was thanks to the foresight of some academics from the Rotterdam School of Management, amongst others Peter Vervest and Erik van Hek. But I could also mention Jan van Dalen, I could mention Theo Bax, who is also in the audience, that the Erasmus Centre for Data Analytics, or ECDA, was established in the first way. And they kind of pulled me out of early retirement as a business executive to spend some time with the university to help establish their vision. Or maybe it was because I also started my career like Peter did and Frans with Philips. That could also be the case, I don't know. And I know Frans, he's always talking about all the initiatives that failed, but we all learned from it. And sometimes it's better to fail and learn from it than to have no initiative at all. And although originally the ECDA was designed to kind of converge a number of departments at the Rotterdam School of Management, soon the leadership of RSM agreed that we should widen the scope to all the schools of the university. And at the end of 2018, we got Pieter Zwart as the first one to sign up, the first of the 5 co-founders that we need to have our starting capital. And by July 2019, less than 6 months later, during the first data summit, where actually Frans gave our inaugural speech, we had 5 co-founders and already 2 other schools signed up to support the Erasmus Data Collaboratory. Erasmus MC with Professor Peter van der Spek and the Erasmus School of Law with Professor Klaus Heine. At this point in time, we have over 20 academic directors from all schools of the university that are running what we call an expert practice in the ECDA environment. So we really can say that we've come a long way. And these expert practices, which was also interesting to hear from the discussion here when we had about ethics and what have you, leadership, cover various grounds. They range from the psychology of AI to cybersecurity, from bioinformatics to law and digital compliance, because also the compliance, the governance is very important when you start thinking about data. And through these XPs, ECDA coordinates and facilitates data science-related competence in research, education, and valorization. And to that end, we work very closely with the Erasmus Centre for Entrepreneurship, with Erasmus X, and of course, with a pretty interesting ecosystem of public and private organizations around the university. And I dare say that we've made great strides in the convergence of AI, data, and digitalization within the schools of this university. And what's more, that exercise helps us with our next endeavor. And that is the AI, data, and digitalization convergence with Delft Technical University and Leiden University. Together, we can indeed prepare society for a sustainable, data-driven future. We can combine forces to make expertise available, covering all aspects of the societal impact of AI, from hardcore technology that we will need, to business and economic challenges, from personal health journeys to legal and ethical implications. The whole holistic approach is something that we'd like to make together. An important asset for the convergent force embedded in ECDA is AI Pact. It's the Erasmus strategic initiative with a clear focus on the societal impact of AI. And Professor Monique Buijsen, the academic lead of AI Pact, is building an impressive team along the lines of our Bless AI program, involving colleagues from business, legal, economics, and social sciences domains. And to make it tangible, creating a spot on campus where this interdisciplinary collaboration between the university and our public and private partner organizations can thrive, we have established the Erasmus Data Collaboratory to build community. Here you can find what you need to know to become data competent. And not only ECDA facilitated initiatives will take place there in collaboration of the collaboratory. No, also the Erasmus Data Support Center of our library is teaming up with ECDA and will move its activities into the collaboratory. Being the first hub in the so-called Convergence Data Campus, we are also eagerly awaiting the establishment of similar hubs in Delft and Leiden so that we can connect together, truly connected, and including connection also to the various convergence squares that have been established, like the one at Erasmus MC. Students are at the center of everything we plan and do. We've done that right from the start. Right from the start, we involved the Erasmus Tech community in our plans. And in the past 2 years, ECDA and ETC have worked alongside, providing many AI and data-related events. We call the ETC students our soldiers. They help us to fight the battle for better facilities to support developing data-competent leaders, because they are the leaders of the future. We have to make sure that they will make this place a better place to be. And one of those leaders is Raj Chakraborty. I mean, you have learned that he's an alumnus of RSM and that he's also the founder of the Erasmus Tech community. But he didn't leave after his graduation. He stayed on campus, he joined the CIO office, and when he learned about the vision of ECDA, and when we had wonderful conversations about that, he decided to join ECDA as the business developer, ecosystem business developer, and recently was appointed as the manager of the Erasmus Data Collaboratory. And he can speak with passion about the collaboratory and the role he sees for it in our education and research system. So therefore I want to hand over the mic, the virtual mic, to Raj. Raj, when you can come here and tell us a little bit about what you think is the role of the Erasmus Data Collaboratory.
Gerrit, thank you very much. And indeed, this is a vision project of ours, and to bring this to campus is really important, right? The discussion of data education or data enablement as a competence, I mean, we have discussed this. There's hardly, well, few people were maybe meh about it, but overall we recognize that it is becoming more and more data-driven world. And if we don't make a spot on campus where the community can gather, all the curious people, you don't have to be a data scientist to come. You may be just a person who's curious, what the hell are you guys talking about there? Come join us. And then we will walk you through, we'll try to understand the distance, or some of you might be incredible data scientists and analysts. Some of you may just have questions. Hey, I know this problem, can data help me? Or you're wondering about the ethical side of things. This is why we are bringing together a physical place here on campus in Pollack Building, which hopefully will resume its operation again, so that we can bring a community and people together. Now, what is the Erasmus Data Collaboratory? It's a physical space that unites primarily students, provides the facilities to experiment, learn, and improve your skills. It is a place that also invites companies, public and private organizations, to share with us the data sets, but also problems that we're experiencing as a society, as a company, and ask in an open and shared manner, hey, do you have anything to add? Let's think together and try to solve these problems. It is also a place where we invite technology companies to share some of the best tools, equipment, ideas, experiment with the students, go create those tools as well, so that we as a society can benefit from that as well. It is a place where academics, we invite you all to come and share, let's say, bring your classes, bring your teachings to the collaboratory so that we can work together. There's also a place where we can strengthen the knowledge of our own employees, so that not only the teachers teach, but teachers learn from the students as well. So we invite you all, as soon as we open next month, to come to Collaboratory, start asking questions, and we'll find a way to co-create this. But please feel like it's not just us creating this. We want to invite the further community, the larger community, to create it so that it becomes a space that we want to be in. Thank you.
I just want to say this is the time for the video, right? Yeah. The Erasmus Data Collaboratory, or EDC for short, is about data-driven experimentation by students, hands-on, for a sustainable future.
It is the place that unites the academia and industry.
To work with data science technologies on all kinds of challenges and projects.
On one hand, we have the industry, the other we have academia, and we have students in between that act together to develop proof of concepts, proof of value on challenges and ideas that matter the most.
So the brief we got as an Erasmus Centre for Data Analytics is bring that together, organize it, coordinate it, and make sure that the whole campus can make use of it. And for that you need a place where people can come together and collaborate together, and that's the Erasmus Data Collaboratory.
But it also provides state-of-the-art technology and infrastructure to enable better research and better action learning.
We will be successful if organizations, academics and students are able to find us. If they come to us to use our facilities, if academics use our facilities to teach students, if organizations come there to learn the latest with respect to data analytics and related technologies, that's when we call it a success. When it is kind of a hub on our campus where you can find and learn everything about data science related technology and activities. Thank you, Raj. Vincent, we pull this video forward, but we'll do some other things. So we'll give you more time for your video. Just a second. Then, because I mean, you've heard what I said about, what Raj said about, but we're really curious to see what three very important supporters from the very first hour of the Erasmus Centre of Data Analytics, as well as the Erasmus Data Collaboratory, would have to say about that. Ansgar, you first. You as the leader of RSM, who actually took the initiative to build the Erasmus Centre for Data Analytics.
Well, I'm totally thrilled that we are going to have the Erasmus Data Collaboratory here on campus. That's a really great way forward for us. And obviously, you know, the word Erasmus Data Collaboratory consists of three different words. A lot has been said about many of them. It's about collaboration, bringing people together. I would really like to see, and I'm looking forward to seeing, so many different stakeholders come together here on campus, whether they're students, whether they are entrepreneurs, you know, our alumni, companies, entrepreneurs. We want to see them here on campus, work together with them. And the second one is around data. And so to have the full value chain here, from data origination through data engineering, through visualization and analysis, the whole gamut of it. That's, again, what I would like to see here taking place on campus. And then thirdly, it's the Erasmus Data Collaboratory, and I'm pretty sure Ed, as president of the university, will say more about this, but a place that embodies also the Erasmus values that we've already been talking about openness, about sharing, about knowledge generation and true insight. That's something that I would also like to see happening here.
Great. Well, Ansgar gave you the cue, so why don't you pick it up?
Yeah, that was a bridge. Well, he's already given my speech, I could say. No, I'm tremendously thrilled that we have come this far, Gerrit. I think this is a very important moment. The previous discussion also showed the great importance of data science and AI for society and universities. And this requires not only that we all work on it, but it also needs a locale. It needs a place where this comes together. We have the interaction. The way forward in the future is all about interaction that will take place there. But I would like to make the other point. So it also gives us a scientific face for data science, which is very important. Because having said that data and AI is very important, it's also a kind of container label. I mean, nowadays, everything that used to be called automation is now called AI and data, which does not mean that it's not important, but you have to look more specifically. And of course, there are parts of AI which is about deep learning and hardware technology that goes into it, which is not part of our skill set at Erasmus. But I'll say a bit more about that later. But in fact, every particular application area for data science and AI in that intersection with particular knowledge areas is important. And we are here in the social economic sciences. We are leaders, and we can be leaders in the application of AI and data to there. And as it happens, that is of great societal importance. So whereas perhaps the researchers at Google and Amazon will always have more money to throw at the development of AI technology, we can be leaders in its application, and it starts with the collaboratory, so that's great. And just having pointed out that there is so much more to it than we can do here at Erasmus, you have already pointed out. As a university, we are in a great program, a convergence alliance together with the Delft University of Technology and the Erasmus Medical Centre. And these are three great universities within 15 kilometers of each other with complementary skills, and we can bring them together. And I think it's very important that we do this, also for data and AI, and I think it's a nice step ahead that we are the first to have an AI lab. So congratulations.
Thank you. And to put your mind at ease, Brigitte, it's all about people. It's students, and it's not just about technology. We also teach them about the ethical implications of AI, everything that actually impacts society. And to your point, Frans, we also plan, we're already doing that, to bring back people that are already working back to the university to work with these students, to learn how new technology is happening, but also, for instance, to indeed give them insights in what ethical implications mean if you're already working in the workforce. Frans, you've been a supporter, an avid supporter from the first hour onwards. You're absolutely one of our ambassadors, so I would give you kind of the last word to say something about some guidance for the Erasmus Data Collaboratory.
I think you should take pride in the fact that today this marks a next era. Right? So I'm very good in giving all sorts of critical statements, but this is a statement of encouragement. It's fantastic that after the statement of desire was given, now it's here. Right? And earlier, Vincent, you mentioned small and medium enterprises. There are so many beneficiaries of applied data science that you can get engaged on. It can be a true sandbox of society, right, if we have an open mindset. And I wish the center great success, and I will stay an advocate for the future.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I already mentioned the special bond there is between ECDA and the Erasmus Tech community, and to seal that bond even more, we have now something special going on, and I asked Vincent if he's ready to take the lead. May I invite the president of ETC, Santiago Ontaneda, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, to come on stage. And Raj, as the manager of the EDC, I'll give you in the hands of Vincent.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to hear that a lot of people are watching also this live stream. Peter Jurian Meijer, you know him very well. No, he's not here. He's in Vietnam, and he just says it was a very interesting conversation, and we really love it. And Brigitte, you said you're really worried about people, because people really make the connection between all these different fields, all these different subjects, and make it relevant for us. So we are here together to unveil a piece of artwork, but which is basically given by the alumni and by the students in the technology fields. But before we do that, we're going to listen to the designer, and that's really much also the story which I think is important, because it's about people. And the designer is Dree Kamfraat, and he's been busy making creative solutions for all kinds of things, connecting data and connecting messages and making things essential. Now, he is in the hands of you, Frans, because he just been, yesterday he was operated for 7 hours on a tumor in his brain. And he is fighting for his life, but 2 hours, about a day before he went to that operation, I interviewed him about how he was inspired by this piece of art. And the father of Dree, who's 92, is sitting in front of the audience, so we're very glad. But we're first going to listen to the inspiration a designer has about data and connected to reality, and also making the human connection. So if I can ask to run the interview with Dree when he is in the hospital. Dree Kamfraat, you are the designer of the fast object, which you designed for today. And unfortunately, you're not with us because you're in the hospital and you had an operation yesterday. Hopefully everything went really well. But we want to spend the time here to basically present your thinking of what goes behind the object. So maybe you can introduce yourself for us.
Yes, well, I'm a conceptual thinker and conceptual artist. I like to transcend emotions and images into real visual objects. For example, the Amsterdam Hilton asked me to do something with the room where John Lennon and Yoko Ono spent their 7 days in bed, because everybody wanted to go in that place and found a bare space. And that was, of course, not what they were hoping for. So they asked me to make the space filled with the emotion that the visitors would probably expect there. And you see the drawings John Lennon made on the curtains and big bed and things like that.
Okay, and this is I understand this is completely booked, right? This is still, after all these years, it's totally popular.
It is really a sacred place for people to go. And yes, and they found it satisfactory. And so another idea was of Douwe Egberts, the famous Dutch coffee company. They asked me to load their image with more Dutch feelings. And so we looked, what is the Dutch identity? And we came to the tulip. And so I had the idea of creating the package in a mosaic of 500,000 tulips. And that was quite a project, because we had to put them in the ground one by one.
How big is this? How big is this? Here we see this.
It's a serious football field. It's a serious football field.
Okay.
Yes. So.
And it's next to the airport. It's next
to the airport. Yes. And this documentary, you can see it on YouTube, was in all the planes that were going to Schiphol Airport. And so the moment they arrived there, they saw the field, but they also know how much work was in it. all done by this old craftsman of the tulip world. And so it created this feeling of there's something special about this coffee.
That was a
something
couple
special.
of years ago. That was a couple of
Yes,
years ago that you did that.
I
And
was
you
a
didn't,
little younger then. Yes, yes.
and you didn't have all the computers, and you basically
No.
designed this. You designed it. This is a football field. And you designed it,
Yeah.
and then you had to draw it. You had to draw it on
Yes.
this big, huge field.
Yes, with chalk we did it. They use it for football fields, and we had to draw everything and then put the right tulip on the right place.
My
yes, it was
God,
quite
what
an yes.
Unbelievable work.
But we got to the Guinness Book of Records with it, and it had a huge impact on the image of the Aula Erasmus. So it was very nice. But that's what I like. I like to create this kind of special events and special concepts. And so when Peter asked me to do something for the data lab, I thought that's great. This is the new time, this is the time of data. And we talked about the huge amount of data that is generated now on a daily basis all over the world. And first we thought of making a counter on the building, but it would be such a huge counter that it would take half the building, and it wouldn't be that interesting just to see the counter, because data in itself is of course nothing. If you have a package full of a bag full of data, you will see there's nothing in it. It's only interested when there's an idea behind it, when there's a concept. Like a dot is nothing, but if you put the dot on the right place, you get an image which can be very powerful. And so that was the idea. How can we transcend the data that is created here by the students to something that is visual, that shows the thoughts behind?
Dre, what was the original idea?
The original idea was to show a world globe of glass where in there would be projected all the data that was generated in the world. And that was, when we started, it feels like a good idea, but then we realized that it is nice, a glass globe, but at the end, this story is about data, and data which only gets meaning if it's connected to a concept, to an idea, to a vision of the reality. And so we were looking, how can we transcend this in a form that will appeal to the people around, to the students. And then we found the LED van hologram. That's this thing. It has 220 small LED lights in it. Mm-hmm. And when you bring the right data, you let it turn fast forward, then it creates a hologram, a three-dimensional image, which isn't there, of course, because it's only in your mind, but it shows something like a reality. And that's very close to the strange thing what happens with data. When people put data around, they say, oh, this is the reality, which isn't, of course. It's a concept of reality. And so this was the thing that gave us the right click and said, this is what we should put there. And what is nice about it, a student can program it. He can program the form he likes to project. And the idea was then that students would create a form that would symbolize their research project. And I already see the yearly Peter Vervest challenge with the students creating the nicest object about the research. And if it's in the hall, people will walk near it and see all these interesting objects and are interested by what is the research behind it. It's much more up to date than the famous academic posters that people are hanging around, which are seldom really exciting. And so that gave us the final touch on the object. And if it's revealed later on, you will also recognize that the form is a bit of a lighthouse. And of course, that's what the thing should be. It should show them the way to the future. It should show them the way to the new adventures. And we just put some examples on it, which gave this large scale of where data is going on, from China to games, even to a little erotic. Of course, that is always in the digital world, the advanced group of people. And if you look to fans only, you will see that that's the kind of data generating things that are going on. And even ABBA, for who knows, new album, all in hologram. So I thought, yes, here we have the concept.
Okay, so this is the visualization of data, and also, but
Yes.
what's really nice, the students can program this thing, and it comes with a tablet, and you have a big screen, and you can basically show the numbers and the number crunching, and it can be visualized on your dome. Well, we're
As a
extremely
3D visualization.
as a 3D visualization. Well, we're extremely interested, and thank you very much for explaining that concept. And yes, I think it's really a good idea to call that the Peter Prize, the Peter Vervest Prize, and you will basically be able to demonstrate that in the in the entrance of the data lab. Wonderful idea.
Exactly.
Great explanation. Thank you very much, Dre Kamfraat, and good luck. Okay, so that was Dre. So he was passionate enough. Do you think, Raj, that the students will be interested to visualize their 3D and to participate? It's not something they just look at, they have to do something with it, because otherwise it's an empty shell.
Absolutely. I hope so, and not just the students, also researchers. I think we should visualize and show the world what we're working on.
Okay. What do you think? Are students more into just, you know, accepting the wisdom of the professors and the teachers, or do they want to shape their own reality and show it to the world?
I think students nowadays, more than ever, they really want to challenge. They really want to create their things of their own. They really want to show the world what they're worth for. So I think this is a great idea, a great artwork, because this allows students to display what they really are, what they really want.
What is your organization?
Erasmus Tech Community, the organization founded by Raj, with our mission being bridging the gap between education and technology.
And also bridging a lot of nationalities. Where are you from?
I'm from Peru, even though the pronunciation of my surname was perfect.
Where are you from?
Originally from India, but I was born and raised in Ukraine.
It is cultural complexity all over the place, so that's wonderful. So, okay, can I ask you to, if you can, you have the remote, okay, right? You have the remote. If you can just take it off and you can press the remote button, then we can see how it looks. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, yes. Ah. So this is an old data structure. There's all kinds of examples in here. This only will be visualizing 3D when you guys are getting a work on it. There's an iPad here, which you can basically also, it shows now all the numbers, the amount of terabytes, which is basically on the internet, but that doesn't matter. You have to basically start filling this in. This will be at the entrance of the data center. And I think it will be wonderful to have the Peter Vervest Award. He will hate that idea, but I think that will be wonderful. Then he's going to be participating. So that was it, Gerrit. Thank you very much. And good luck, students, to basically make it work. Because I think students can make much more interesting visualization than professors. But they can prove me wrong. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, Dre just gave a totally new meaning to the word PVC, the Peter Vervest Challenge. And I've decided, we have a summer school every year where we have challenges, and I've decided that this will be one of the challenges that we will have there in honor of you, Peter, and then we will give him not the object, because that's impossible, but we will give him some kind of a token that signifies the PVC, the Peter Vervest Challenge. I'd like to thank you all for your attention and hope to see you soon when the Erasmus Data Collaboratory opens. You will be informed tentatively it's October 29th, but provided no more cracks are showing up in the building or anywhere else. I also noticed that there's no more water there there's also some problem there, I think. But anyway, so you see, if we need to get also some new funding coming into the organization here. I was asked by the organization to inform you that we have all had coffee together in the central hall, so we don't have to divide to go over different halls. We can all go to the central hall, which is probably kind of a prelude to tonight, 12 o'clock, where we can all be together. Again, thank you very much for this part. We all like to see you back here sharp at 15:45 for the next impressive part of this day. Thank you very much. Well done. Ik zag een mail naar Monique. Waar zijn we geweest? Op een of andere manier zijn we elkaar overgevonden. Ik wil wel simpel als een van de partners, dat begrijp je zeker wel. Hè? Hoeft geen geld te kosten overigens, maar data, kennis, dat soort zaken. Ola, thank you for being here. And I'm still looking for a way how to kind of get you officially into the ECDA.
here together at the last speech of Professor Vervest at the Erasmus University. And Jan Baan, you and Peter worked a lot together. What have you done together?
Now, we like it very much because what we did is the real bringing the bridge between what we say the old and the new world. And let me conclude today and then bring Peter in. The conclusion today was we have Internet 3.0 is coming. And that means amazing, we have the digitalization and we have the consumerization of IT. But 90% of the information systems are built old school with technology from the century before. That means data is worthless.
In silos, it's all separated.
No connection. Yeah. Peter and myself, we already 20 years we came to the conclusion we have to connect them, and we call them business process management, BPM, service oriented. We did that and bring all this stuff together. Unfortunately, enterprises did not accept this and we're in. And it's still what we're missing today. If you have no bridge between the old data, between the latest element have no meaning. And it means people expect that data is PDF. No. And that you can do it. It's that like it can be that. And what we need is uniting the old stuff with the new stuff. And that Peter is also very smart also in this one. And he likes to bring these new elements in his second journey herein. Also bringing to what we call the digital entrepreneur. Call it, we say collaboration today. Eh? Peter, let me talk for Peter Drucker. He died 25 years before. What should he say today? He predicted that we have the knowledge worker is double in productivity today. Now, what should we do then? We need a collaborative knowledge worker. That means IT and business should come together in the today's knowledge worker. And then the productivity is double. That means the EBITDA can be double. And why is it even France is nice companies, but if you look to the market cap of those companies, 30.
I'm going to interrupt Jan Baan. Now, you have met Jan Baan. And Jan Baan is an avalanche. I am a quiet speaking person compared to Jan. Jan Baan built one of the biggest IT companies in the Netherlands called Baan Software, which had how many people at the high point?
5,000.
5,000 people. It was worth 16 billion.
No, 10 or so.
It was only 10 billion? It was only 10 billion, okay. Yeah. But you flew around with your private plane and you were talking to Bill Gates and Larry Ellison, and Boeing is basically building your planes with that. And you are still, at this age, completely enthusiastic about what data can mean to the world. You were the builder of old silos. Jan Baan is still, Baan software is still used in a huge amount of companies to build products, and you basically say we need to bridge. Will this data center, which Erasmus is now building with Delft and others, will that help to basically bridge that gap, Jan? Short answer.
No, I like it very much, but to collaborate the old and the new world. Because what I'm missing a little today, people underestimate that the value of data is zero so long it is not connected. And it must be connected dynamic. Yeah. And that's the crucial part.
So that's a warning for the data center. Connect the old and the new.
In a dynamic way.
In a dynamic way.
The data should be in a semantic way available to the knowledge worker. Yeah. And then the knowledge worker is at least increasing twice her productivity.
You're still building companies, right? You're still building companies. What is the name of the company?
Well, today Vandenberg. We have Vandenberg is...
Vandenberg. It was Vandenberg Software, is now Vandenberg. And I'm going to talk to your son who works in the company. Thank you very much, Jan. I really appreciate it. Okay. Let's get Frans van Houten. If we can get Frans van Houten here. Where's Frans van Houten? He was the second one on the one. Where are the things? Okay, one. Hi. Let's talk a little bit about, for the people who haven't seen exactly this artwork. What is your name and where are you chairman of?
So my name is Santiago Ontaneda. This year I'm the president of Erasmus Tech Community.
What is that, the tech community of Erasmus? I mean, a university which is not technical, they have a tech community?
Yeah, because this is actually our goal. We see that a lot of students really like tech, they like the tech fields, but they're missing this in their education. So our goal here in the Erasmus Tech community is to bridge this gap in the future to be able to land a job in their dream tech career.
Yeah. And you thought, hey, we're not getting it enough in our education, we're going to take it into our own hands and start working on it?
Yeah, this is what I think, and this is what a lot of students feel. A lot of students leave university and then get surprised because they don't have the skills that they require for their jobs in their dream jobs in the tech. They just need to look at LinkedIn and see, wait, I don't have any of these requisites. Why didn't I learn this in university? So we are really trying to avoid this. We're really trying to teach these skills to ensure that our students are ready for this future world, for this tech world.
One of the questions in the audience was, what percentage of the professors and employees of Erasmus are fully digitally enabled? What is your percentage? Estimate.
I don't want to be harsh, but I would say around 30% or maybe even less. The amount of times that professors have problems with just basic presentations or setting up like online meetings, it's quite outstanding, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay. And how would you judge Erasmus University? They said we need to move forward into smart digital technology. How necessary is that for Erasmus?
I believe it's crucial. Like, I think if we don't adapt, if we don't move into the technological space and we get stuck, we're going to be left behind in universities. Universities that are more innovative, more creative, and more willing to push tech forward will surpass us and surpass our education levels. We need to match what is out there, what the world really needs.
And you are from Peru, right? I mean, and if you look at the universities there and the universities here, it's not a question anymore of money. It's not a question anymore of brains. It's a question of focus. What is the chance that the Erasmus University is one of the top 10 or 15 universities of the world, that they basically are being passed by something like, for example, universities in your country?
So what's the possibility? I think a lot of things is that universities in these countries, universities that are smaller in this sense, they do not have fear of embracing these new challenges. They really want to push out there. They really want to get noticed. So I think it's something to watch out. It's these small entities which are taking the big leaps. So I think if we don't do something now, every time the smaller universities, which we call smaller, are getting closer and are becoming more relevant for students.
It's not a question of money anymore, eh? No. It's a question of enthusiasm, focus.
100%. I agree. It's having a vision. It's really pushing it forward and really trying to keep up with the trends and focusing on what is out there, not on what was the past.
There's an artwork which you basically saw and it basically was unveiled, and it's an empty shell and the students have to fill it with data visualization in 3D. Do you think the students will like that challenge and can they live up to it?
I think they will love it. Students love to express themselves, they love to have freedom, and they love challenges. So I think they're very looking forward to using this artwork to put their stuff out there, to get the recognition that they want. So I think they will love it.
So the designer, Dave Kamfraat, did you enjoy his way of thinking?
100%. I give him full marks. I think it was perfect.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for basically taking life into your own hand and not waiting till the university does it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Talking to... what were you? Yeah. Talking to Jan Baan is always interesting, right? I mean, you have one question and he basically continues talking.
It goes off on it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Frans van Houten, you've been an alumni. What did you do here? When were you here at this university and what did you do?
1978 to 84. I studied economics. I would say that has given me a general background, but I love technology, and I came out of the university being deeply interested in automation and data science, and ever since I've worked in that field, starting in banking automation and later telecommunication. And so this whole digital journey over the last 40 years I've been part of, and now I find myself at the head of Philips, where we apply data science to improve health and healthcare, which is a phenomenal opportunity.
Yeah, it is a phenomenal opportunity. And then I just asked the students, one of the students who was head of the chairman of that tech community, I said, what percentage of the professors and teachers are fully digital enabled? His answer was 30%, because there's a lot of people who are still struggling. You work at Philips, a fantastic company who's really focused on healthcare. What is the percentage in your company? Honest answer.
Well, let's say if I look at first at R&D, then already 70% is entirely digital and data science. And we radically changed that over the last 5 years. We had to let people go and we had to hire other people. I would say the percentage at the university is probably lower than what the student just said, right? Because being aware of digital is not being a digital native. And Well, but that's.
Would you say you're digital? You're basically totally into digital, right? You see it, and you feel also very comfortable with the tools and the way it works.
Yeah, absolutely. But also how you approach opportunities and challenges in healthcare, right? And to see healthcare as a ecosystem of care with lots of silos that you need to bridge, where information gets lost, where people don't collaborate seamlessly. And that needs to be transformed. Now, let's say a data-driven approach can certainly help. Today we also spoke about the human factor. Change management is a people business. Therefore, for me, the future of the university, yes, we need to embrace digital tooling and digital thinking. We have to become agile, but we have to look at the change management, whether the university can actually make the shift. That starts with purpose and inspiration, and then comes leadership, and then we need to upgrade and change people. And I think that journey is still in an early stage.
You are really at the center of a very interesting point, right? You do business all over the world. We're in the middle of the COVID epidemic. What has changed in the last 2 years inside your company because of COVID? And also, what has the role of data and sharing data and privacy? I mean, that has been very difficult to have privacy combined with fast development of everything. What has happened to you in the last 2 years?
So we always had the vision that health should be a continuum and that informatics and data could change the way of healthcare. COVID has been an accelerator of that. Suddenly people realize that if you don't have enough staff, that the patient-staff ratio can be improved through remote supervision by telehealth, that radiologists can work from home by the use of teleradiology, that analytics can predict which patients need help and which patient is trending the right way. Thereby you can direct capacity of a healthcare system to the people that need it. Right? So a data-driven approach and data science can truly transform both outcomes in healthcare as well as the patient and staff experience. And COVID is a game changer because now everybody talks about it and everybody wants to do it. Now, together with Erasmus, Philips set up the COVID portal that enabled the data transfer of patients that were shifted from one hospital to the next. In the Netherlands, that was always impossible.
Not done.
Because, privacy and all these things. We were able to set up this data exchange between hospitals in a matter of 3 weeks. So from a technology point of view, it's all possible. And Erasmus Medical Centre, together with Philips, we made that happen in just a few weeks. So that in the height of the pandemic, we could shift patients quickly from one hospital to the next without having to print out 100 pages and that would get lost. Now the question is, can we now embrace healthcare information exchange through the cloud forever, right? Because we have proven it's safe, it's ethical, privacy is guaranteed. So it's all about adoption, right? And change management starts with people wanting to lean in. And I believe we are on a tipping point where healthcare is making a fundamental shift.
We saw that. We saw the acceleration. I went to hospitals which had 20 online consults a day, and they went to 4,000 within 3 weeks, thanks to technology, but also thanks to giving people permission. Yep. Now, on the other hand, everything went really fast and some things went really slow. It seems like there's a big divide between what people are thinking. In the science, it's supposed to be an objective process where people have opinions and people fight against it. Do you feel that isn't there? I have the feeling there's a big collision between groups of people who think differently. That's always been the case. But do you think it has been more intense with COVID? Or is the scientific process still completely trustworthy and full?
For this, we need to go to behavioral science, right? And something moves because of hopes, and something doesn't move because of fears. Okay, so hopes we can drive through inspiration, and fears we need to, let's say, ease away by making it permissible to make failures, by creating a sandbox environment so that we can experiment and learn where failure is actually an opportunity to do better. And I think a university should be a role model in that, where you can experiment, where it is safe, where we get on the bandwagon of creating the future. Society at large should do the same. I'm afraid there's still quite a lot of fear in society, right? And that causes polarization, right? That causes misinformation. But look, I'm an optimistic person. The world is changing rapidly. There are more people with hope than people with fears, right? And there are more people that step up to the challenge and transform than people that stay behind. So we are moving.
Wonderful. Then last question. Peter Vervest, you worked with him over the times. Can you describe him? What kind of person is he and what kind of role did he have inside Erasmus?
Yeah, I know Peter for years, and he has always been visionary on one hand, a challenger, and he does this in a very nice way, right? He's a very pleasant person.
Gentleman.
But in the meantime, he challenges you, right? By asking provoking questions. And that doesn't mean that he always has the answer, not at all. But, you know, he is that type of thinker that can get other people to get on the bandwagon of change. And that, I think, is a big accomplishment of Peter.
He builds bridges between all kinds of different groups and makes them do, by stretching them, by making them do things which they maybe initially didn't want to do.
Well, he makes people think and also want to do something. So you could say he gives a nudge, right? And that nudge is very useful in this world, and certainly in the university he has given lots of nudges towards a great future, where also in the impact in the RSM, the impact in the whole university is felt, and I think we should be grateful to Peter for that.
You as an alumni are here, you work together, you helped build the data center. You also were participating in the artwork, which was basically as a piece for the students to promote themselves. What do you think of what the artist has created?
Well, my participation was limited to pulling my wallet.
Oh, that's a good start. I mean, we need people to do that. But I mean, what do you think of it as a platform for students to visualize data?
Well, let's say the artwork is another visualization of the sandbox, of experimentation, right? And that's engaging and inspiring. So now, hey, you got to try something, and maybe a lot of students will lean in to say, I want to have my own experiment on that artwork, right? So it is a tool of engagement and inspiration, and I love that.
Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it. Let's go inside the Erasmus University and on innovation, and we had her in the panel, and she's really great about translating opportunities into innovation. Let's steal her away from Jan. Can I steal you away from a moment? Yeah, okay. Hi, Frisch. Well, one of the people said, your organization in Erasmus, Erasmus X, or something that is it an inspiration for a template how Erasmus should be? Can you first describe a little bit what you do? What you're director of something inside Erasmus University. What is that?
Yeah, so I'm the director for Erasmus X, and we are a disruptive radical innovation unit where we're trying to push the university forwards in designing future-proof education. So what does that look like? What technologies do you use? What type of didactics do you use? What's the role of a teacher? What's the role of a student? How do you force students to become critical problem finders, not just solvers, but finders? So yeah, that's what we do. Yeah.
And it was interesting, in the preparation of this event, people were saying, we need contact with students. We need to find out what they want. Who knows how to do that? And you said, I have no problem. And you basically got them all, and they came up with a movie of what they do. Yeah. What is currently... How do you think students evaluate this beautiful old Institute of Erasmus?
I think most students, well, I hope most students are proud that they're a part of Erasmus community, you know, because this is a community. At the same time, I think they're also very critical towards their educational programs. They're critical on, you know, what type of knowledge they gain, because let's face it, they can find the same knowledge online. They don't have to come here. So I think there's, you know, it's a mixed bag. On one hand, there's the sense of pride that you're a part of a university that is international, that is in the beautiful city of Rotterdam. But also, you know, can things be better? Can it be improved? What do I as a student get out of it? What's my experience? How does the university help me if I am in trouble, if I need something? So these are things that are still out in the open.
Let's make you dean for a day, okay? One of the suggestions says maybe president immediately, dean, president. So you have also full control over the budget. I mean, it was said that 4% of the budget was put into stuff, computers and technology. And it says let's increase that to 20, which includes people to basically operate it. How would you? What would be the first things if you were the boss here? How would you make changes to the budget to reflect this future which you want to create?
Wow, I'm really bad at budgeting, so this is like a hard question for me. But honestly, I don't think technology alone, hardware alone, software alone is going to change.
People who know, people who are inspired. That's also budget.
Yeah, I think I would stick most of my budget into trainings, into creative sessions, basically educating my workers or my colleagues or, whoever is in my hypothetical faculty on how to use this new technology, on what to do with it and what it brings to you as a human.
But how radical should you be? I mean, we asked the chairman of the tech community, and he basically started this tech community because he says, it's not good enough here. We don't get enough knowledge and we need to change it. And he said 30% of the current staff is fully digital, embracing it. And we should have much more people. What percentage of people, because it's the last speech of Peter, so we can be a little bit radical, what percentage of people should look for another job and you should be replaced by people who are much more digital native?
I don't think anyone should be replaced. I think everyone should be upskilled. It's a different thing. I don't agree that only 30% of our colleagues are digitally enhanced. If that were true, our university would have collapsed last year. It did not. So a lot of our colleagues do know their way around digitization. But it's like that surplus, the added value, that might not be clear to them that they're still lacking. They don't need replacement. They need skills trainings. They need to be knowledgeable. I don't believe in replacing people. We need to invest in our people so they can stay instead of kicking out because they just don't know how to work it. No, that's
such a nice human being.
I am human first, tech nerd second.
Hey, this whole thing about COVID, everybody has to work at home. Digitally was certainly the only way to communicate. What did that do to the university? What has that done? Has it improved things? Did it put everybody behind? Well, what's never spoil good crisis, they say. What has Erasmus done with that?
I think we were very quick with that adaptation. I think the fact that we have a studio, that helped. I think the fact that we already knew how to do some online learning, that helped. And Vincent, you and I have known each other since 2014. The first time I met you, I was presenting an app and an online platform for books. Remember that? Yeah. And, you asked me...
You wanted to have Spotify for books. Spotify for student books. And I thought it was a brilliant idea.
And I think the publishers also thought it was a brilliant idea because they actually did it. They built their own platforms. But you remember, you saw it first with us, right?
Yes. Thank you very much. You're a brilliant creator of innovation. Let's continue. I have two more people I want to interview. Let's come here for a second. Here we have Adriaan de Baan and Arjan de Baan. And your father was really into IT. You're still in IT. What do you think of the university and the relevance for your company? Because they said we need to work more with SMEs. We need to more with small companies. You're not that small. How many people in Vandenburg?
We do have 125 people. Well, it's a great ambition, and I really like the spirit. I like the ambition that they've also announced today. The AI topic, the ML being very, very hot, being very applicable these days for healthcare, manufacturing, whatever. But what I still question is, we need the talent of tomorrow, right? The war on talent we've been hearing here. But I think it's not only about theory, it's about really also practical collaboration not only with universities and professors, but also with technology providers who are actually providing the technology of the future. So I studied here about 20 years ago, and at that time I had a kind of the theory from 10 years back. So I hope today they don't give the theory of 10 years back or 5 years back, but maybe 2 months back is also good enough.
This data center they're building, is that a good start?
I think it's a perfect start, but I would also say it was mentioned. I mean, we cannot compete with the budgets of Google and Microsoft. I think you need to not beat them, but you need to work with them, partner with them. So invite them in your house and make sure that you work together and really collaborate, but also with the techies.
20 years ago you studied here and now you have a company of 125. Make it work. Thank you very much for coming. Last one, Marcel. Hello. Marcel, yes. I hear you're doing something new. Something new in Erasmus, in these old, beautiful old buildings. What is it exactly that Data Cooperation Center is doing?
Basically, we are connecting our students and our faculty to outside stakeholders, companies and public organizations, bringing real challenges based on real data sets and let them come up with new insights.
And the building is so new, it had to be closed down or something like that? What was that?
Yeah, I think there was some construction issues, but
some old stuff, some old data, which was not it. So it is a building. There's room for people to do all kinds of projects, and the idea is to have companies and universities and governments work together on that and to give them challenges.
Indeed. So it is a building, but it is also a community, and we also are building our technology stack to support it.
Okay. What kind of data should what kind of challenges should I imagine?
Yeah, think about the city of Rotterdam, which has a challenge of dealing with the energy transition. And if you bring together, let's say, all kinds of data, you can think about new ways of matching demand and supply of energy.
Yeah. Rotterdam is fantastic. The harbor and opens up everything. Okay, you're going to open up that center, a couple of weeks from now, a month from now. So we'll be there. It will be very interesting. Good luck building the new structure of the Erasmus University. We're now going to listen to Peter Vervest. At 4 o'clock he's going to give his presentation. How can we improve the university by applying smart digital technology? It will be extremely interesting. Go watch and share this link with everybody. Okay, I'll see you there.
Sebastian, Cook, and above all, dear Peter, I've been given an impossible task to say something that somehow encapsulates Peter's professional work here at this university. Now, normally it's easy because most CVs, most curriculums run a pretty linear course, but not so with Peter. His professional life spans more stages that can be summarized in one afternoon. And so I think actually this boundary spanning character is, in fact, Peter's own character. Among the overriding themes of your career have been notions of open networks, communication, and complexity. And all three attributes are truly characteristic, not only of your work, but also of you as a person. So let's try and begin the easy way with the studies. And again, normally I'd be able to tell this in a sequential story. But not so with you. You began to study law in Utrecht in 1973, but even during that period of time, took up an MBA in management science at the Interfacultät Bedrijfskunde and earned an MBA from Erasmus University and studied early computer-supported decision systems and computer communication. You worked for a long time there at Delft, but very crucially for us as a school, and that lives on today, is that you were also instrumental in setting up the faculty's first student association, then called SVIIB, which today is STAR, the Study Association Rotterdam, which is actually Europe's largest study association, and so that is very much active to this very day. Now, following your MBA, you joined Philips Telecommunications in 1979, and the theme of this work was digital communications. And this in a world which at that time was absolutely dominated by analog communication systems, telephony, telex, telegraphy, and so on. So you worked your way through Philips, from telecommunications to consumer electronics, and became divisional director of Philips Interactive Media Systems division in London until 1990. But at the same time, you went back into academia. You became a research fellow in Delft from 1983 onwards, and then joined as a professor of management science here in Rotterdam in 1987, while at the same time continuing your work at Delft. Since 1992, you've been a full professor here at our institution in the Department of Technology and Operations Management. But again, at the same time, your work in business continued. Became managing director of various companies, such as Multimedia Skills UK Limited, Interkai Holding in the Netherlands, TNO Multimedia and Telecommunications in Delft, and in 1999, of course, you joined KPN. I think one of the particular achievements on the business side, as it were, but with enormous implications obviously for society, was that in the 1990s, you were the founder and initiator, and then chair of Media Plaza, which is credited to be quite instrumental to get the internet broadly accepted in the Netherlands. And since 2000, you also took on, if you will, a third stream of work in addition to academia and business, namely tech financing. So you set up various companies and became a VC investor, for example, with your company DH, which is active in Amersfoort and in Silicon Valley. Yet there are also many other aspects of Peter's professional life. So for example, from 2002 to 2005, he was a member and a chair of the expert group in electronic ticketing and station gating systems for NS, for the Dutch railways. And the result is something of this work, is something that you probably have in your pockets right now. I usually carry it with me. It's the OV chip card. And that came out of this work. More recently, he became a member of the Scientific Council of the EU Horizon Shift to Rail program as well. So transportation has been another area of interest of yours. Now, while doing all this work in business and finance in society, you obviously also pursued an eminent academic career with a huge amount of impact.
there are many examples, and I don't want to put any particular order on them, but for example, you advised on the creation of the first Dutch inter-university communications network, which is now today known as the SURF initiative. You founded the Netherlands Platform for Complex Systems, developed the Business Networking Game 2.0, an e-thesis design already in the 1990s. You were very, very instrumental in fostering the digitalization, the early digitalization of this university. And without your work, a lot of the things that we have today would be unthinkable. You attracted countless grants and research funds, led numerous scientific committees, and became in 2020 a life member of the IEEE, that is, an association, the largest professional organization for the advancement of technology. And of course, as an academic, you wrote prolifically on technology adoption, complexity, organizational change. There are 8 books, to name multiple academic and professional articles. And then more recently became quite active and really instrumental in creating ACTA. And we've learned already today so much about the work that ACTA does, and you also helped greatly in getting ACTA funded. But your career spans more than just these areas of business, academia, and tech financing. You have a heartfelt interest and concern for society in which you live and operate, and for the future of humanity as well. So for example, from 1996 to 2002, you were a member of the board of the International Institute of Communication and Development, and the question that you addressed at the time was, how can we help developing countries to benefit from the digital revolution? So what remains? Now, first of all, for me, the hope and the true belief that this journey is far from over. But even with what you have achieved to date, you've created a huge legacy. Keywords of this legacy are engagement, innovation, and insight. And these elements are shaping RSM and Erasmus University at large to this very date. Erasmus Data Collaboratory is testimony to that. And finally, and I may not be very Dutch to point this out, because Dutch culture is sometimes a little on the sober side of things, but nevertheless, I want to say it. You're an incredibly generous and very kind human being, always willing to help, to provide advice, and that advice is always given in the best of spirits. So I'd like to thank you already at this very point. I'm now looking forward to being inspired by you, with your vision on the future of the university, and to carve out for us what that future could look like. Peter, the floor is yours.
When they speak about me, it makes me thirsty. I mean, Ansgar, I didn't know you knew me already. Are we going to have some fun in the afternoon? I will have some fun. So you come to the stage, you know what they murmur to you? You know what they say to you? Keep it short. It's short. It's very dangerous if you keep it short, because you might run short of time or long of time and you get a question. It reminds me of this professor. Where is this going? It reminds me of this professor who is a very gifted speaker, and he's invited all over the country. And the university gets concerned about his health, so they give him a chauffeur. And the chauffeur drives him around, and he delivers his speech. And whilst he delivers his speech, the chauffeur sits in the back of the room and takes a nap. But the professor gets very tired from giving the same speech every time over and over again. And on one of those occasions, he says to the chauffeur, listen, chauffeur, let's call the chauffeur Albert. That's more personal. Listen, Albert. You've heard the speech so often. Can you deliver the speech? I'll sit in the back of the room and I'll take a nap. And the chauffeur says, I'm astonished, but of course I'll do that. And the chauffeur delivers the speech. Immaculate. Stand straight, good posture, very good diction, excellent content, obviously. He only makes one mistake. He keeps it short. He finishes short of time. So there's time for a question. And there comes this really, really smart question from the audience. And the chauffeur stands there and he looks at the person. And the audience looks at the chauffeur. And then he looks at that person and he says, this is such a simple question, even my chauffeur at the end of the room can answer the question. So your biggest task now is, am I the professor or the chauffeur? I know what I will be tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's custom that at the end of your career and the beginning of something new and bigger and more interesting or whatever it will be, you give a list of your academic achievements. And then the next thing you do is you give a long list of the things that the university should do in your absence. I'm not going to do that, if that's okay with you. I'm not going to speak about all the things that I've done, and you've done that, Ansgar. I wasn't aware of all that. I mean, you refreshed my memory. But what I'd like to do is share an opinion with you. And that's an opinion as we discussed in this afternoon. And it's something that goes very deep in my heart. So I also feel that you're completely free to interact with me. You can do that by Vincent's way, by skiffering. You also can do it by saying in the good style, yeah, and you yell. Or you say, no, I disagree. So you're welcome to join in, and don't be so stiff. You are all good young people. You can actually do it. Because my message is going to be extremely simple. I also must say that in preparing this, I've had enormous help. And I'll thank those people in the end. Is that okay? So, yeah? Okay, great. Thank you. Actually, I must thank a few people now. I mean, something happened to me that hasn't happened to me at this university. For this speech, the first time, the university gave me a performance coach. Seriously, Ansgar, I was surprised. 40 years they do nothing, and then they give me a performance coach. You should do that at the end of a career. But anyway, and in this case, not one, and not two, but three. Loida, who set this all up with her team, she knows what I mean. Really, three beautiful ladies, and they were going to test me for my powerful performance. And you know how that works. The first one breaks you down. The second one allows you to sob and cry. And the third one builds you up. I never met the third one, so if this goes okay, then anyway, I should start. I get those. I'm doing this in a very different way. This is called modern. It's called face recognition and that sort of stuff. Right. Dear Honorable Rector, my beloved Dean, President of the University, colleagues, friends, believers, and after this afternoon's discussion, I'm sure also non-believers. Yeah. Our school celebrates 50 years of existence. In these 50 years, truly, our world has changed beyond recognition. We've become digitized. Guess what? We've become networked. Yeah? It's this thing about being networked that bugs me. Let us go back 50 years ago. The internet 50 years ago. Loya, Joya. This is the internet 50 years ago. Yeah? Actually, the diagram is ARPANET, that's 1969. Ansgar, that's actually when our school started. Yeah? We delivered our first students in 1971. That's not me, by the way, but it could have been me. This was me when I was young and beautiful and started at Philips Telecommunications. At this point in time, I'm only beautiful, but no longer young. Yeah? This is the internet today. An incredible development. Just imagine, 3/4 of our globe connected to the internet. 50 years ago. Zillions of little devices communicating via the internet worldwide. Now, this is the bookshop 50 years ago. Recognize this? Not the young guys. And this is the bookshop today. And this is the university 50 years ago. Oh, you're getting this one, eh? I mean, you're free to say 999. Come on, I would expect our president to be very critical of this. And this is the university now. The true millennials have arrived at our university. People who have been born in this millennium, young people. To them, social networks is normal to life. To them, the discussion is not on campus or online. They expect something different, I would imagine, from a modern university. And that is what I would like to discuss with you. My message today: the student is the center of our universe, our only true asset, our reason to be here. And I'm going to say something that is dangerous. Not research. Hey. Not the government. And perhaps also not societal impact. The digital world has shown us the devastating impact if you've got this wrong. We can only succeed if we mobilize our students, if we mobilize our alumni. We must reverse the dependency, turn the table. Give the students the money as educoins. Then entice them, convince them, love them to spend their educoins with us in our educational blockchain. Let them decide. Make them co-creators in our research. Yeah? All agree? Then we can all go and have a drink. Yeah? Gosh, this is easy, Frans. Anyway, you know I can't finish short of time, and I have the tendency of, usually I never go beyond my first slide, and then there's an hour or two gone. Anyway, the name giver of this beautiful university, Erasmus, how would he have enjoyed the internet? His writings could have been distributed to everyone. Via Weibo, via Alibaba, via Amazon.com, and so forth. He could have communicated directly. He would have been a very important influencer on Shopify, the most influential influencer on Shopify. And he probably could have made a bit of money by selling it via the internet or just doing performances. Now, guess what? Erasmus lived in very similar days as we do. There was nothing called a corona, but something more devastating called the pest. 1/3 of Europe died of the pest in about 50 years. But there was also this guy, a goldsmith from Mainz, Johannes Gutenberg, who came up with this machine called the printing press. And that would revolutionize access to knowledge. But the daddy of Erasmus, father of the Erasmus, a priest, and he made his money out of copying old medieval books. He looked at this press and he understood. Business is over. And he knew that his son, Erasmus, would have to learn a different profession. And so Erasmus became a very famous writer. But he was not paid for his writings because in those days there was no copyright. Personally, I believe that the copyright nowadays is a big hindrance to us using knowledge properly. And therefore, I'm a great advocate for open science and open access. So Erasmus wasn't paid for what he did. There was no copyright. The printers made the money. And one of the printers helped him to publish the New Testament. Those must have been extremely exciting times, because Erasmus had the guts to go back to the original writings of the old apostles and publish the New Testament as his work and challenging Catholic dogma. As an Eindhovener, educated in Roman Catholic times, you know how that feels. But more importantly, he was the inspiration for Luther to publish his own dogma. And we all know what came out of that. Yeah? Now, we live in exciting times, extremely exciting times. Now, our language is not Latin. Our language isn't English. We speak a digital language. In my days, it was indeed Pascal and Fortran and Algol. And our kids speak Java and Python. And we need that to power the engines of our economy, computers. Computers that communicate. But the telecoms networks of those days were not ready for computers to communicate. They were made for human-to-human communication, for you and I. And computers are different. They need to link only briefly. They've got bursts of information and it goes. And then a group of people, and actually it was one person only, Davis, who came up with the word packet switch, and they came up with a revolutionary idea, really revolutionary, how simple it is. You divide the message that you want to communicate into little bits, packets, and then you drop it on the network, and then the network will sort it out in what path to take. Packet 1 goes that way, packet 2 goes that way, etc. And at the recipient end, you put it back in sequence. And this was an enormously interesting idea, but we didn't have the technology in those days. So we developed the technology, and this is the basis of what we now call the internet. Then in 1990 or 1989, if you want to be right, a British computer scientist, Tim Lee, came up with the idea to combine the internet with what we call hypertext. Now, he made a very simple piece of software which was recently auctioned, as you all know, as an NFT, non-fungible token, a completely new world, so you don't get a thing, you only get a digital token on the net for about 4.5 million. Yeah? But by combining that in the World Wide Web browser, you could actually access information distributed on the network as if it is on your screen, as if it is one document. And the first commercial browser, just to take you back a little bit in history, was Netscape by Jim Clark. It was distributed for free on the internet, and it had 30 million downloads in the first month. And Microsoft's founder, Bill Gates, he understood the threat, and he quickly developed Netscape. Now here you get to speed, which is very important in our digital world. Bill Gates mobilized 1,000 of his developers, the most brightest guys, within 1 week to develop the Internet Explorer. But we can do that, I'm sure we can do that in this university. Anyway, in that same period, there was a struggling company somewhere in Finland, started as a pulp mill in 1865 or something. And the people over there decided, we only have got one more chance and then we'll bust. And they put all the money on digital mobile telephony. And this is what we call the fridge. It became a huge success until they screwed up. And Apple Computers turned its iPod into a programmable telephone, the iPhone, in 2007. And you could buy little apps for the iPhone in the iTunes store. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is our digital world. The once powerful post, telegraph, and telephone companies were privatized, stripped of their monopoly. They had to compete and reinvent themselves. The result has been incredible. With a browser like the World Wide Web and the Internet, it now could work like the Gutenberg press 500 years ago, with one huge difference. Erasmus could talk directly with the reader and get a response. And then it started to happen. I mean, I'm sorry, Ansgar, but I really have to take you back all a little bit in history, because I actually lived that history and met so many of these people. In 1995, Amazon started. Now you could buy anything. I mean, in those days it was just a bookshop. Now it's the everything, anytime, any day shop. You can buy anything, not just books. You can buy CDs, electronic equipment, industrial equipment, you can buy food, etc. Yeah? Compare this with the bookshops of those days, the Barnes & Nobles or the Donner at our university. Amazon made it incredibly easy to buy, and its warehousing and management technology is simply incredible. It's amazing. And now I get to the point where I want to be. It took me a long time, actually. What do these digital innovators do so well? What can universities learn from them? What can universities learn from them? I mean, in this afternoon, I've learned a lot of things, and I'm so very grateful that we had this open debate and not lectures. It was really good to have this interaction and to get the views from business, get the views from academics, to get the views from young people like Diederik, get the view from established people. But lesson one is, what these companies do absolutely well is, they use technology to put the customer first. The customer first, the student first. And that is not just by being polite to them, or telling you what to do, or saying, this and this is the way, if you do it this way, it will work. They put the customer process first by adapting to what you want to do. They understand what you want to do. And digital interaction machines make that possible with an incredible efficiency. Now, every touch point, every time you get to that company, it should be relevant. Now, this is what we call a customer journey. Yeah? So you want to buy something, you're not sure, you search something on the internet, bang, you're being hit by adverts, and there you go. And then if you search, and if you order, and if you pay, and if you deliver, you need support because you want to return, and then they want you to get more. You can see it everywhere now. It's not just thingies, it's also when you are on Netflix and so forth. And gradually they start understanding a lot about your search behavior and what you buy and what sells well and what sells not so well, and how they promote best. Every touch point should be relevant. Every touch point should be a positive experience. Now imagine what this means for how students want to learn. I'm not so sure if I should rub it in. But you really need to know, you need that data, Frans, you need that data about our customers and our customers' customers. And that's lesson 2. Inside the company, the processes to do it are fully linked, seamless, no touch, straight through. Now, back in the 1990s, Amazon introduced a new word. And it's not delivery, it's not supply chain, it's fulfillment. Deliver what the customer expects and make sure it's right what he expects, expect. No more, no less. Now, digital companies have an advantage. What would that advantage be? And this is a question. There is no history when they start. They can do anything. They can make the decisions. Most companies, this is where legacy comes in, old IT systems. Now, these systems have been optimized for factory planning, sales, personnel, all functional systems. And that's why we got enterprise resource planning software. Companies like SAP or Oracle or a very Dutch company that we should all be proud of, Baan Software. I'm very happy Jan Baan, the founder of the company, is here with us today. I'm actually proud, Jan, that we've worked together for so many, many years. But this software is a kind of glue. They link it all together. It's native. And as it is not native, what happens? You have to be lean and mean. You need all sorts of management approaches to get the old company restructure itself to what young companies already have in place. Now, Hammer and Champy in '93 said, don't try to do that. Forget about it. Don't automate, obliterate. Now, at this very university, we developed a completely new approach. Split products and processes in little modules, self-contained modules that you can put together, like Lego building blocks. And although you may not believe it, but actually a company like Volkswagen took that on board, consulted with us, etc., and they developed a 8 billion program called Modular Querbouw, if I pronounce that well, Brigitte, to make sure that on the one hand you can have lots of variety in your products, but that the process actually runs very smoothly. And modularity is an incredibly interesting concept, because it allows you to pick a module, plug it together, and then you push play, and the process runs. And you can see that on the internet. More often you pick, plug, play, and then you push and you pray, but it doesn't work. But anyway, that's what you want to do. And that's interesting, because it's easy. If you were to start a company, a bookshop on Amazon nowadays, you would go to, a bookshop nowadays, you would go to Amazon. And you would actually pick, plug modules together, and you would have a company running up in a couple of hours. And if you go to Shopify, you do it in a couple of minutes, inclusive of the sales. Very interesting how you do that. This is what we call smart business networks. My question is, should not be the same for universities? And then you ask the question, why is this so difficult? Now, answer. Every organization has a compelling inner logic, the way we do things around here. And it starts developing as an attitude, beliefs. Now, the logic is clear in a startup company. We have this idea, we need to find customers, we've got to be careful with the money, and what we actually do today should be relevant in the evening. Otherwise, we run out of fluid called money. It gets blurred in a large company where the link between internal effort and the result with the customer is no longer there. An internal market develops. Leadership is disconnected from floor realities. Gosh, I was going to keep this pleasant, wasn't it? Performance metrics become unrelated to the customer, and information systems are disjointed. Putting that right is not easy. As the internal organization becomes isolated from the real world and wrong metrics define internal behavior, the outside world faces what we would call the autistic organization. Now, you all know Oliver Sacks, do you? Oliver Sacks? Yeah? One of his famous books, Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat. Happens to me from time to time, Olaf, but anyway, in his book he cites an autistic twin, two boys, and they exchange numbers amongst themselves. And at a certain point in time, Oliver Sacks says, what happens? Because when they exchange numbers, they start laughing, crying, and so forth. And then the one gives a number to the other one, and so forth. And then he lists the numbers and gives it to a mathematician. He says, this is very smart. These are very complicated prime numbers. Huh? And the message was, to the twins it was great fun, but to the outside world it made no sense. Now, so many companies have missed the great opportunities of the digital world. Take music. CDs, as it was, in our days, Polygram, and so forth. Yeah? Then we have Sean Fanning, a student, a hacker, and he hacks into the systems, he hacks the CD, and he puts it on the internet, and you can download the music you want, you unbundle it, you download what you want, and you don't pay. Obviously, the music industry went after them, and he was forced to close down. But Pirate Bay, Kazaa, others came. And then somewhere in 2003, it becomes legal as Apple creates the iTunes Store, and it becomes an enormous success. Apple's revenue on the iTunes Store last year was close to $60 billion. Now, search is another business. Here you've got the great telephone companies. Enormous databases of yellow and white pages, but they did nothing. New companies came about, like Yahoo and Ilse in the Netherlands, or Google. Now, the reverse of search is advertising, said the venture capitalists of Google, scared that they would lose all the money. And AdWords became an enormous success, and it turned the world of advertising completely upside down. Yeah? Eyeball marketing. If the eyeballs are there, the attention is there, you can hit them with something. Now, auction companies didn't come up with Match.com or eBay. Campus networks did not come from universities. Okay, Facebook started at a university, but that was only because Zuckerberg had nothing to do, was not inspired by the colleges that he attended, and he had to hack into, true story, he had to hack into the university system to get student ideas to populate his website. News and advertising companies didn't understand what Facebook, Friends, and others would become, LinkedIn. The incumbents, as companies in an established market are usually called, they didn't understand this world, the winner takes all, and the network effect. The more people, the merrier. Now, these transformational changes have happened to retail, they have happened to music, they are happening to transport and mobility. It's happening to banks with fintech. It's happening to insurance companies with insurtech. It's happening to health companies with health tech and to education with edtech. But will it happen to universities? Right. This is the founder of Coursera. I know it's old hat to start speaking about Coursera, but I'd like to take you through a couple of things and not get confused about the word MOOCs, Massive Online Open Courses. When I look at the site of Coursera, it reminds me of my first visits to the Amazon site somewhere in the 1990s. You actually miss the smell of a good bookshop. You miss strolling around, snooping in books. What's on the shelf sells. And if it doesn't sell, it's not on the shelf. Old logic. The Coursera site is, as some will claim, mainly a list of data science courses. That's easy to teach online. Poor students, they miss interaction, the social glue, the feedback from a live teacher, a live environment, the smell of the lecture hall, the sweat. We learn what the teacher teaches. What we do not learn is not taught. Is that old logic? Now here come figures. Coursera last year had 77 million learners. 3.2 million pay 50 euros. That's not a lot of money. And 12,000 pay 2,200 euros for a university degree. Comparison. We at Erasmus have got 32,000 students, and they pay tuition fee, 2,200 euro each. The government contributes 326 million, or 11,000 each. Now, this doesn't tell the story, obviously. Now, think of Coursera as 77 million pairs of eyeballs. Assume they spend 1 hour, or 10 hours a year, so that is less than an hour a month, on the Coursera site for a course or something. That is 770 million contact hours. You can add value at least 770 million times. Now, in 2020, last year, Coursera spent 65 million on research and development to find out how to do this. And as a result, they know about their learner base. They are fully data-driven. Data about what you learn, how you learn, what time you learn, when you struggle. They know about their learners. They know about their enterprise and college customers. They pull data from cookies and likes, linking to Facebook, other social media, analyzing search behavior via Google Analytics and other search engines. There is this large unknown world of data acquirers and resellers that I am concerned we may not all know about. Now, the privacy purists hated this, but learners give consent. Now, Coursera intrigues. I don't know why. It's been on the market for 10 years. It's got 200 employees. It's got 4,600 courses. It grows 60%. It had 82 million registered learners in the first quarter this year. It's got 2,000 businesses as customers, 130 universities, 100 government agencies. It lost about 55 million last year, which is not as much as our university, but anyway. It will lose more this year. It raised 500 million before it went public in April, and I would really recommend to read the IPO documents on the SEC site, and the quarterly reports tells you incredibly detail about how they run the business. It is valued at about $5 billion, and it has access to the financial market for growth. About 250 million in cash, no buildings on the balance sheet. We've got 250 million on the balance sheet at, I believe, 250 million on housing. Very low housing expense. That's not the story. The story is scalability of online learning and what data can do. Full focus on the learning experience. Data on learners, fairly accurate data on teachers. What sells, what does well, what does not, what do they learn, what skills current and future employers want. Now, what do we really know about our students? Why are they here? To get a diploma, escape home, that's what I did actually, enjoy a new social life, find a job, learn something new, be challenged. Now, in a digital world, you do not ask, you find out. In 2013, a beautiful research by Cambridge University, they concluded if you only look at the likes of students or anyone on Facebook, you can have incredibly accurate estimates of race, age, IQ, sexuality, personality, substance use. Substance use, by the way, is alcohol and drugs. Political views of the users. And this is information in those days publicly available. Now think of Cambridge Analytica. Need I say more? If we know our students, how do we give them the experience of learning? Now remember the two lessons from the digital world. And they're not difficult. They're just difficult to implement. Lesson 1. Digital technology gives a personalized learning path. Use modularity. Unbundle the curriculum. Like in business partner networks, you've got to make agreements on standards, on quality, on pricing and scheduling and how it fits together. Now, SURF, indeed, I was deeply involved in the early days of getting the university computing centers to be linked together in one network. This was as long ago as 1984 and 85. And SURF has been a godspeed, a fantastic thing in the Netherlands and beyond. I mean, at this university we use EduRoam, so we can actually link into the network. It was developed by a SURF person in 2002. He went into the Hall of Fame of the IEEE, the institute that I'm a life member of and so forth, because he developed a system where you can go to any university worldwide and with your Erasmus credentials you log in. That's the Dutch. We are very good in things like that. Yeah? And they've been working for many years now on what is called in Dutch leren op maat. But as of today, after nearly 10 years of effort, all they have is a code book and a way to handle the financial issues between two universities. Not good enough. An educational ecosystem requires a lot more. Okay, lesson 2. Digital technology gives a personal interface. Continuous support from a smart system, a chatbot that actually understands how you learn. And if you can't find out, it escalates to another student, and it pays that student for helping you. And it sends that student a little bit of data. And if you can't work out on that one, you come to a tutor. And if it doesn't work at that level, you come to the professor. That's the worst that can happen, I guess. But then you actually are with your professor. But whilst this happens, every touch point, every question, every bit of information, every little code, everything that happens is accumulated, is understood, is used through an all-powerful app on the phone of every Erasmian. And now comes the hard part. Assume we have this personal learning path. Assume we have this personal learning interface. Where does the engagement come from? And actually, that's the most important thing in digital marketing. Why do 1.8 billion people log into Facebook every day? How does this stickiness develop? What drives our students? What motivates them? And what is unique about the university experience? And really, we should ask ourselves that question and take that question very serious. What is unique about the university experience? I'm very pleased with the debate because important pointers have been made and they're well known, they were written a long time ago. Von Humboldt, the president of our university, cited von Humboldt, and he cited him rightly. He founded the University of Berlin in 1810, and now I'll write out of the founding statement. Is that allowed? Yeah? To stimulate the idea of science in students' minds, to encourage them to take into account the fundamental laws of science in all their thinking, meaning give them research-based education, not just a bit of education. And then nothing really changed until after the Second World War, students from all layers of society got the chance to study. And they did, me included. And the universities got overwhelmed. Education became an incredibly heavy load on researchers who, in fairness, were really just that, researchers. Now, the money was short, so universities had to get more money, do contract research for business, fight for contract research, and fight for stipendia. And at the same time, they had to find the real top talent while the educational conveyor belt was running. Ladies and gentlemen, this was not von Humboldt's idea. Absolutely not, I guess. Universities to exploit their own research commercially, become venture capitalists? I don't know. So you get this situation that a university researcher has to be an excellent researcher and a brilliant teacher and a great moneymaker, and that all for the benefit of the alma mater. Von Humboldt only wanted students to be exposed to research. And this, and that's the big change, we can do in a massive way if we use digital technology smartly. Mass customization, one-to-one marketing, I don't care. We must use digital technology smartly to get close to the students. And then we can have this vision of 32,000 students engaged as co-creators in research. Now, the question they put to me is, do students want this? Will they take their responsibility? The answer, obviously, is, well, if you feed them peanuts, they start behaving like monkeys. You know the saying, right? Yeah. So we've got to be patient and actually challenge them and kick them. But what happens if students get EduCoins based on the annual tuition fees? So we take the 2,200 plus the 11,000 from government. That's a fair amount of money, and we give it as EduCoins to our students. And then we register that in an educational blockchain. And then we fight for the EduCoins, for them to spend it with us, or with somebody else that we know well. We would have an immutable record of their learning. We then have to ensure that EduCoins and the educational blockchain is indeed a currency of capability, a real passport for students to lifelong learning. Now, can imagine Erasmus wonders what is in it for tutors and professors if they were to do this. We are scientists. We are driven by curiosity, the want to find out, the need to know, our obsession with the why question. Now, the metrics of the university system do not help. The peer pressure to score high on the so-called P-star list, the prestigious research grants that you've got to get, the proposals to be written, the conferences, the papers, the review boards, the editorial tasks. Now, interacting with students is fun, but it's time-consuming. It's also exhausting. and you really do not know much about the students, what they learn, what you do best. If we are to be coaches, we need help. We need a good dashboard to manage what we do. Give insight in students' progress. Help us design a modular course and develop good modern teaching material. Could students be really co-creators of our research? Is this realistic? Are students capable? They still need to learn. Now, Erasmus knows this Challenger University, as I've called it, a Challenger University, is a daunting task for university governors. The dependency is reversed. Students must want to spend their EduCoins with us, not other institutes. And they have a choice. The monopoly of awarding a diploma, their passport to a career, is no longer straightforward. And still we are responsible for quality, for certification and standards of education as we are for standards of research. The budgeting and allocation systems need to be overhauled, direct costing, etc. The ecosystem in which the university operates will change radically. Now also digital technology is not easy and it's not inexpensive. On the other hand, the perspective of mobilizing 32,000 students as co-creators is exciting. It's compulsive. It presents vast opportunities to impact society and develop lifelong relationships with our alumni. Now, I'm not fast-forwarding to 2030 for a new kind of university. You had expected that, I know you had expected that, so this is really standard stuff, yeah? But the university will adapt to different times ahead, slowly. Few companies have adapted to the digital world with success. And new companies have taken their place, companies without a history. But as Erasmus, I would like to prioritize. Get an excellent, innovative digital interface with our students. Ensure digital modularization of the learning portfolio. And go for challenge-based engagement of students in our research agenda. Now, this data collaboratory is a start. It's a showcase, a testbed, a living field lab. It's great for cooperation between our faculties, plus Delft and Leiden and the medical school. And we must be very grateful to our students, the Erasmus Tech community, a voluntary group as we all understand now. They want us to be smarter with technology. And these students will populate the data lab. They will use the advanced analytics tools. They will engage the outside world. They are the linking pin, the boundary spanners. Now, why is this so important now? This is the university in 20 years from now. I think Diederik already mentioned it. In 10 years from now, in 2030, we have been softwarized. And then lots of things will come. This is the bookshop in 20 years from now. And this is the internet 20 years from now. We haven't seen much yet. When the internet grew in the 1990s, there was a general belief that the internet would be democratic, i.e., there would be an average number of nodes, connections that every link or every node in the network would have. And then in 1999, Laszlo Barabasi and Albert Reka, they showed that a few nodes dominate the number of links. The internet is scale-free. It doesn't have a standard normal average. And therefore, a few nodes can have a disproportional influence on the traffic that flows on the net. Now, over the past 20 years, network science matured as a science. And as networks become dense and the degree of interactive communications increases, the collective behavior exhibits something that we call emergence, collective properties that we did not expect from looking at the individual components. In other words, it becomes complex. Getting a grip on complex phenomena is one of the greatest challenges of science. Getting grip on complex phenomena is one of the greatest challenges of science. Now think of the grand societal issues of today. The climate crisis, intertangled global economies, global mobility, COVID, cyber vulnerabilities. The fascination at the same time, the fascination of space discovery, the self-organizing capability of 30,000 billion cells in every human body, the self-organizing robots, the humanoids, the Internet of the Mind. Now, new scientists, new researchers must deliver. And Erasmus ponders. It is not the Gutenberg press that is disruptive. It is not what we teach, it's what we do with it. And fast-forward digital means that we use the new tools to do things that we always wanted to do but we couldn't. Now we have the tools, let's use them properly. And I'd like to finish by quoting Darwin in Survival of the Fittest. It is not the strongest that survive. It is not the smartest that survives. It is those who adapt fastest to a changing environment. And if I were to put it on our university world, it is not those who develop the most knowledge. It is not those who develop the smartest knowledge. It is those who learn fastest to learn to apply that knowledge wisely. Thank you. You could also have said, no, or yeah, but if I may, I'd like to say a few words of thank you. I'm very grateful to so many colleagues at our university. And what I say now is out of my heart. You always made me feel welcome and important. It's a warm environment, a warm university. Thank you. And I'd like to thank specifically Eric van Heck for our working together and the BIM group, Department 1, RSM, ERM, Erasmus. Many thanks to my students and my PhD students. And now, I must thank my promoter, Hans Wissemer. Why are you not in gown, Hans? What happened? Oh, but Hans, the first time we met, it was love at first sight, and we have kept a long and continued friendship, and I hope it will continue for many, many times. I would also like to thank Henk Bodendijk, who was group director at Philips, who coached and helped me enormously in doing my PhD while having a full-time job at Philips. Allegedly, he said, well, we give you 1 day a week, but I didn't understand it was the Sunday. But seriously, Frans, without Philips, me here, it would not have been possible. Thank you to so many colleagues at other national and international universities for our guidance, for your guidance and comradeship. Many thanks to Ming Yu and Li Zheng of Tsinghua University. We did great things with smart business networks. Thank you, Jan Baan, you always helped us there. Also, many thanks to friends from the NWO Complexity Program and the Netherlands Platform for Complex Systems. We had a great time together and we were only starting. Now there's one person that I must commemorate in particular. That's Eldon, an incredibly intelligent, creative, humorous friend and business partner, who frequented this university and helped us enormously in setting up, in the 1980s, summer courses on messaging and internet systems, where we had some of the brightest minds from the world on how to construct the internet. El passed away on my birthday last year, and I couldn't attend the funeral because of this. So I'd like to specifically pay attention and homage to this good friend. I miss Jo van Nuenen, my operations research teacher when I was a student, who enthusiastically joined my PhD committee and he glued me to this university. He was always a laugh and also a cry. I'm grateful to my late parents, my sister and my brothers. My 3 sons, aged 3, 6 and 8 at my inauguration as a professor years ago, now have grown up. You make us proud and confident that the world will be better. Katelijne, my wife, at my inauguration, I called you the beginning and the end of my value chain. I know better now. You are always at the center of all networks. To everyone here, I would say, we are Erasmus. He lived with a precursor of the internet, in plague-infested times, and he inspired with a free mind, with humor and facts, not fabrications. Erasmus, a free mind. We are Erasmus. Thank you.
Why not? Okay. Thank you so very, very much. We are coming to a very solemn moment of this ceremony. There's more that we owe to you than we can express in words. Not because we're usually very bad with words, after all, we're here at a university, but simply because you've painted a picture of a university that goes beyond its traditional self. A much more networked university, a wider and more innovative university, and a wider and more open business school as well. And so for all of this impetus that you have given us, not only today, but throughout your career, the College van Bestuur of this university has decided to pass and bestow a particular honor and particular recognition to you. You don't know about this yet, but it is my great pleasure to award you on behalf of the university, the Erasmus University Centennial Penning. Ooh. This is for you. So on behalf of the university, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
This recognition, the Centennial Penning, was started in 2013 when the university became 100 years old. And it actually embodies, if you look at it, the three letters of Erasmus University, E, U, and R. And on the back side, there is the Q&A, the question and answers that we actually try to address here. We've talked about the value and the limitations of research, but there are big questions and big answers that are being asked and given here. So I have also a small personal gift, which is a very analog one, but I hope that you'll find the time and space to read it. Definitely. So with all of that, I'd really like to thank you, and please stay committed to our cause. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Maybe, Ansgar, I may add a few words. I hesitated for a long time whether we should do what is called a farewell party. To me, it doesn't feel like I'm leaving you. For me, valedictory is mark a moment and you speak about what's happened and you look forward. I look forward to work with you all the time, and my heart is with the school, with the university, and old soldiers are always ready to come and help.
Thank you.
And thank you all for attending in my view, a fantastic debate, very content-wise, great people. I'm very, very grateful, Frans van Houten, for coming. I recall that we had a chat last year, and you said, listen, Peter, by September, this whole Corona stuff is over and done. You were right, but you missed one day. Sorry? Oh, okay, sorry. Should I sit here then?
So, Peter, if I'm allowed, I also would like to say a few words to you on behalf of our department. So that's the Department of Technology and Operations Management, known as Department 1. And, well, on behalf of this department, I would like to thank you for all your work during a very long career at RSM. So our Dean, Professor Richter, already mentioned some of the virtues of you. I just want to add a couple of more, if you allow me. So, as you might know, our school is still very young. We opened our doors only in 1970. And in fact, Peter was one of our early students, so he really has a very long career. He started in 1976 as a graduate student, and he was active in the transformations from the Interfaculteit Bedrijfskunde, jointly with Delft University, into RSM, and into its further development into a well-known high-quality business school. Or, as Mr. Ivo Opstelten, our former major, would like to say, at that time, during a dinner at the Town Hall of Rotterdam, RSM is the best business school of Rotterdam. Peter was appointed as an associate professor at the Rotterdam School of Management in 1987, and as a part-time professor in 1992 on telematics and EDI on behalf of the Stichting VEDI, Voorbeeldprojecten Electronic Data Interchange, to promote research and education in telematics in general and EDI in particular. Then he was appointed as a chaired professor in 2000 in business telecommunications. Nowadays, he's a professor of information management and networks at our department. The 1990s were really exciting years. The field of information management was established, for example, by Tim Berners-Lee, with his information management proposal that started the World Wide Web, and you heard the story in Peter's speech. And at RSM, the group of the unforgettable Professor Jo van Nuenen, already also mentioned by Peter, was very active. And Peter, together with others, such as the late René Wagenaar, Lorieke Hagdoorn, Kuldeep Kumar, but also with Han van Dissel, Jos van Hilligersberg, and Erik van Hek, already mentioned, established the IS part of our research program, LIS, Logistics and Information Systems. Then the dot-com crisis happened. You didn't refer to that, but we also had a major crisis. In 2001, this led to retrospection, also in academia. So we started a master program in Business Information Management, BIM, and Peter was instrumental in getting this program done. For years, the number of students was really low, but in 2016, the number exploded to 360 master students, a real challenge, and currently we are still at this very high level of students annually. BIM became a solid brand name at RSM and Erasmus, and the BIMers, our graduate students, are proud members of the Erasmus community. Nowadays, the BIM group, with its faculty and PhD candidates, is really a vibrant community with world-class research and teaching portfolio, thanks to Peter, at least partly. He brings 45 years of research, education, service, and impact in different part-time positions and roles, have been mentioned by Ansgar already. Since 2004, he directed his research into smart business networks, which led to several key publications in books. For example, his book, Smart Business Networks, published by Springer in 2004, and also has journal papers. His book, The Network Experience, and recently, How to Win Customers in the Digital World with Al Dunn. During his career, Peter was a driving force for transforming businesses, not only at RSM, but also in other positions as managing partner of DH, his involvement in startup investments, supervisory board positions, and in positions in committees inside and outside our university. In Peter's valedictory speech, we recognize the key characteristics of his thinking and his ambitions. He's visionary, enthusiastic, has great ideas about the role and impact of digital technologies in business and society, and he has a keen interest to bring different people and stakeholders together. Peter, we thank you on behalf of our department for your great drive in bringing ICT and IM-related tools, education, research, to our students, our faculty, and our school. And maybe at some time we will develop into the more digital university that you just sketched. We wish Katelijne and you and your 3 sons, Sebastian, Mark, and Koen, and your family, all the best in this exciting phase of your life. I have a small gift, but on behalf of our departments, Erika. Thank you very much. So, Peter, I would like to give this to you. It's a small statue expressing our gratitude on behalf of our department.
Super.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I get the chance for the last word. I think it's time we go for a drink. Thank you. Are very complicated prime numbers. Very